All right, I'll take Kirby out of the middle and I'll just take it and run. Thank you.
Yes, we have
Good morning, everybody. Am I good, Kirby?
Yes, I was just saying you got quorum, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is we'll call to order the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission's Atlantic Menhaden Management Board. I will be your chair, Mel Bell from South Carolina. This will be my first meeting. I will be taking the reins from previous chair and now commission chair, Spud Woodward. So big shoes to fill, and Spud left me with a lot of things to accomplish here. So we got a big one today that we'll get through and get right to it. So thanks for your participation, and thanks to everybody that's kind of responded to a call for a little bit of homework ahead of time, and we'll hopefully be able to help us move efficiently through the major item we'll deal with today. As we get into this, let's see. First of all, I guess we'll go ahead and deal with the things we've got to do administratively. Approval of the agenda. Are there any desired modifications to the agenda? Anything to add to the agenda? Just raise your hand. Remember, red is raised.
I have no hands.
Okay, no hands. If there's no objection to approval of the agenda, then the agenda will be considered approved by consensus. Next would be approval of the proceedings from the October 2021 meeting. Are there any edits needed to the minutes from the October 2021 meeting? Just raise your hand.
I have no hands.
No hands, then we'll consider the minutes from the October 2021 meeting approved by consensus. Thanks. And that takes us to our first kind of item to deal with, which would be public comment. Now, remember, this would be public comment for things not on the agenda. I know we've received both in public comment up to this point in writing a number of things that are related to one of the agenda items for sure, and some very kind of recent public comment that folks may have received related to that. So what I'd like to do is still stick with public comment right now related to items not on the agenda. And then when we get to the particular agenda item we might be moving through, we'll try to work in public comment at an appropriate point there related to these specific items we're dealing with. And that'll be particularly Addendum 1. So I think there's some interest in commenting on Addendum 1. We'll see if we'll work that in at an appropriate point as we're working through Addendum 1, maybe the different, after different sections that we're dealing with. So that's my plan. So right now, is there any interest in public comment or things not on the agenda? Just raise your hand.
I have no hands at this time.
Okay, and we'll assume there's no public comment for things not on the agenda. We'll move right into our first action item, where Jeff Brust is going to give us an update on the 2020-2021 Atlantic Menhaden mortality events. Remember, this is something we had on the agenda, I believe, at the last meeting. We couldn't get to it. We wanted to make sure we gave it a little bit of time. We've got some time now for Jeff to make that presentation, and then we'll move along. So if we need to transfer screens or something, Jeff, if you're ready to roll with that.
I am. Thank you, Chairman Bell. Good morning, everyone. Jeff Brust with New Jersey Marine Fisheries, and as Chairman Bell said, I'll just go through a quick update on some of the unusual mortality events that we were seeing the last 18 months, 2 years or so. Maya, next slide, please. So, of course, we're dealing with Menhaden. We all know that mass mortality events are not uncommon for this species. The fact that they form large, dense schools makes them susceptible to environmental stressors in large numbers, and also these dense schools facilitate transmission of diseases. Next slide. Some of the more common suspects in these mortality events, probably the most common is hypoxia. This generally occurs during the summer and early fall when the temperatures are high. it increases the metabolism of menhaden and many of the other species, and they use up the oxygen quickly. And a dense school, whether it's in an embayment that has low flushing, or if they're pushed inshore from predators or things like that, a dense school can deplete the ambient oxygen in the area, and they essentially drown themselves through lack of oxygen. Next slide. One that's maybe a little less common, but that we see in cold weather, it's called gas bubble disease. It's when the menhaden are acclimated to cold water, and then they are entrained, or they enter an area that has much higher water temperatures. Often they'll get entrained in a cooling tower discharge where the temperature is much higher. The oxygen is actually supersaturated relative to the ambient water, and the fish aren't able to process it. What you see is they'll get gas bubbles under their skin and in their gills. And the bottom picture there, it's kind of hard to see, but those bubbles there right on its chin, those are actually under the skin. Next slide, please. And then one that we're all familiar with also is what's called spinning disease. We see this throughout the region, all up through the mid-Atlantic, New England, and even into the South Atlantic. You'll see some erratic swimming behavior. The fish will be swimming in circles, hence the name. Some of the other symptoms are hemorrhaging of the eyes and at the base of the fins. And some work done in the 1970s from the Chesapeake Bay found that this could be attributed to a viral infection. And this is common enough that we hear reports of it throughout the region pretty much every year. Generally in the springtime. Next slide, please. So just stepping back a couple of years in the Raritan-Hudson region, we see fish exhibiting signs similar to spinning disease pretty much annually. Every spring we'll get calls. We got fish swimming in circles, generally not very large events, a couple of dozen fish maybe. Again, usually around the Raritan Bay, or most common around the Raritan Bay and the surrounding rivers. And New Jersey's Wildlife Pathology and Forensics Lab has been sampling these fish since at least 2015. Every year we will go out and collect a couple of samples. And we generally collaborate with several other labs. And so the first thing we look for is whether it's the virus associated with spinning disease. And for the last 5-6 years, every sample has come back negative for this virus, the spinning disease virus, even though it's showing signs similar to the spinning disease. Next slide, please. So again, we see this every year in the springtime. Spring of 2020, everything seemed normal. We started getting calls March, April, small events, same area, same time of year, wasn't a very extensive geographic range, same as always. What became unusual is later in 2020, beginning in November, we started getting calls of what were termed significant mortality events. Significant in the eyes of the public might be more than a handful of fish. You see the photo there, there's a couple dozen there, but it's not like some of those hypoxia pictures I showed where entire marinas were covered in fish. So significant events, similar to the one in the photo there. But what was unusual is that this was happening in the fall. And as you remember, I said spinning disease is often generally common in the spring. But they were showing the same signs, spinning in circles, lethargic at the surface. You could pick them up with your hands even though they're still alive. And it lasted about 2 months, November into December. And again, it was first reported around the Raritan and the Hudson, but this one was extending a little bit farther. Geographically, we had reports into Long Island Sound and all the way up to Rhode Island. So a little bit more unusual than we were expecting. Wrong time of year, a bit more extreme in terms of geographic scope. Next slide, please. So spring of 2021, we started seeing similar events in the spring, about the same time, but they were bigger than usual. You see the photo on the right there. That's sort of what we were seeing last spring. And again, it extended at a much larger geographic range. We'd never seen it we'd seen it in the north of New Jersey. We'd never seen it in the south of New Jersey, but we had several instances down in Delaware Bay around May. We had a case, a suspected case up in the North Shore of Massachusetts in May. And then we even had a confirmed case up in Maine in June. Next slide, please. So throughout this, again, New Jersey was doing some sampling. New York was also doing some sampling, coordinating with several other labs, universities, and the USGS. Signs were very similar, like I said, to spinning disease. We had hemorrhages to eyes and the bases of the fins. When we did internal investigations, there was signs of degeneration of the kidney and spleen and some of the other internal organs. And then the bottom picture there shows there was hemorrhage around the brain, and some of those fish that had hemorrhage around the brain, there was bacteria present in the tissues surrounding the brain. Again, when we did pathological studies, there were no viruses found whatsoever, including the one for spinning disease. And the main culprit, it appeared, was a bacteria. It was a species of Vibrio that was found in the brain lesions of most of these fish. So it didn't seem to be a virus. It appeared to be a Vibrio species. Next slide, please. Beginning in 2021, we continued the sampling, and we were able to collect samples not just from New Jersey, not just from the central region where we usually see it, but from some of the other regions as well. We sampled at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the event. We were prepared for it, so we knew what we were looking for. We were expecting it, I guess. Continued our coordination with some of these other labs. Environmental conditions seemed to be in the normal range, so it didn't appear to be hypoxia or any thermal event as might be seen with gas bubble disease. And the pathology results were consistent with what we saw in 2020. And this was throughout the region, not just the Delaware, not just the Hudson and Raritan, but also in Delaware Bay and up in Maine. The main culprit appeared to be this Vibrio angularum. There were a few secondary minor infections, but the primary suspect was this Vibrio. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about this Vibrio angularum. It is naturally occurring. It is not something new. It's common in marine and estuarine areas throughout the world. We've seen it in many species, including some that we manage here at ASMFC, including eel and striped bass. Another species of concern is salmon, and mainly because of the impacts to aquaculture. When we have fish in close proximity, again, it's easy to spread diseases as well. So some concerns with Vibrio angularum in the aquaculture world. There are a handful of different strains of this critter, and depending on which strain you have, they are virulent at different temperatures. The figure on the right, the yellow bars show the range of virulence for the different strains of Vibrio. The blue lines show the water temperatures around the center of the events, so up near the Raritan estuary. And you can see for the months that we were seeing the highest number of cases, March, April, May, and November, December, you see that the water temperatures were right smack in the middle of this virulence range for this critter. What is uncommon, though, is generally Vibrio angularum causes systemic infection, so infection to the major internal organs in the gut. It does not generally cause neurological symptoms in the brains and nerves, but that's where we saw most of the impact for these 2020 and 2021 events. Mainly, it was concentrated in the brain tissue. Next slide, please. This slide is pure speculation. None of us know why it happened, but I just put together a couple of ideas for what could be causing this. Environmental factors such as temperature. So if the fish are hanging out in waters that's warmer than usual in times of year that they're not there, could be that Vibrio is always there and the fish just happen to be there that year. Physiological factors. One of the papers I was reading about Vibrio said that many of the fish that, not necessarily with Menhaden, but in some lab studies that were done, many of the fish showed deficiencies in certain vitamins, minerals, things like that. And if you'll remember from the last stock assessment, there's been a trend in decreasing body weight at size for Menhaden. So perhaps there's some body condition factor that's, that's playing into the higher rates of infection. Population factors, were the schools more dense than usual? Was the population larger than usual that might facilitate transmission of this critter? How about the distribution? Perhaps, like I said, perhaps they were hanging out in areas over winter where they don't normally hang out, which put them in close contact with Vibrio, and that's where it came from. And then there's always the possibility of it's a new strain of Angularum that we've never seen before, and for whatever reason, it's just popped up in the Menhaden population. Next slide, please. So we know it impacts Menhaden. There's, at least in New Jersey, we were getting questions from the press and from the public about what about the striped bass that I'm catching with the Menhaden? What happens if I touch one of these sick Menhaden? So wanted to just put it out there that there's very little concern, as far as I can tell, about other species getting impacted, including humans. We didn't get any reports of other major kills of other species when we were seeing the kills of Menhaden. There's no known effect of wildlife predators being infected from eating infected fish. There have been a few cases of humans getting Vibrio angularum from handling, but it's rare and uncommon. And yeah, the biggest concern is the effect of angularum on the aquaculture industry. Next slide, please. So just wanted to compare these events with what we normally see from other fish kills, Menhaden fish kills. This was, it appeared to be a much more chronic event rather than like a hypoxia event that would affect one embayment or, one school of fish individually. This appeared to be much more chronic. It was a prolonged duration over several months over a wide geographic area. We don't know the full extent of the mortality. We know what we saw, but if, there could be events that if the fish aren't visible to the public or, to researchers, it could happen and we'd never know about it. Compared to hypoxia events or other events like this, none of them appeared excessive in terms of like the number of fish that were killed at a time. And so like my personal opinion, based on what I know about Menhaden, I'm certainly not a pathologist, but from what I've gained from our pathology lab about what I know, what I know about Angularum, it doesn't appear that the effect on the overall Menhaden population would be excessive. That's my personal and professional opinion. So next slide, please. Just to put things in perspective, the figure on the left you've seen before, this seemed to be like the worst case, a photo of the worst case that I saw during these events. That's a lot of fish and could be concerning to, public who aren't fully aware of the size of the Menhaden population. Most of the photos that I've seen and most of the instances that I've seen look more like what's on the right there. So it's still a lot of fish, but relatively speaking, relative to the Menhaden population, it's not that bad. And relative to, say, a hypoxia event where an entire school is decimated. Next slide, please. So staff asked me to put together I made a statement that I don't think the impact to the Menhaden population is large, but the staff asked me if I could try to quantify that. And that's kind of hard to do, again, not knowing the full extent of the mortalities, but this is a slide where I try to put things into perspective. So speaking with, our pathology lab, the folks in my lab who have gone out and seen these events, speaking to folks in New York who had seen the events in their area, guessing that, or, estimating that several 100,000 minimum fish were killed that we were able to see, but it was no more than 1 million fish that were observed throughout all the kills throughout the region. Again, if we take into account some events that were not observed because they were offshore, maybe there's a multiplier of up to 10. So maybe we only saw 10% of the mortality. So outside estimate, and I consider this a very outside estimate, we might be looking at 10 million fish total that died. And I find it difficult to believe that there were, that the multiplier would be that high. At least in New Jersey, many of these events were occurring when our fleet was fishing. And I think if there were large rafts of dead fish floating around out there, they would have let us know. So I think that 10 times multiplier is probably pretty high. But just for the sake of argument, let's go with 10 million fish cumulative throughout this whole, all of these events combined. Recall from the most recent stock assessment that the population of age 3+ Menhaden is about 2.3 billion. And I use 3+. Sorry, I meant to mention this. We took length samples from all of our, we took length measurements from all our samples. And they tended to be in the range. These weren't small fish. These weren't peanut bunker. They were 2+, 3+. They were larger fish. So I'm using the 3+ population estimate because that's about the size that we were looking at. So 10 million fish dead out of 2.3 billion fish in the population. You're looking at a mortality rate of 0.43%, less than 0.5% of mortality from these events. And if you compare that to the natural mortality that we used in the stock assessment for the same age range, that's somewhere north of 50%. So the mortality rate from these events of less than 0.5% compared to the natural mortality that we generally see associated with predation, old age, disease, all those things, everything but fishing, it's 100 times higher. So again, all in all, this seems to be a very minor impact to the overall stock. When we do these stock assessments, we estimate mortality and then we do sensitivity around it. So I think a difference of less than 0.5%, we would certainly capture that when we do our sensitivity runs. So again, my personal opinion is it looked messy. It probably smelled bad after a couple of days, but overall impact to the population itself is going to be minor. And I will say, I didn't put a slide together for this, but so the first unusual event we saw was in the fall of 2020. The spring 2021 event was larger than we had normally seen. So we were all kind of walking on pins and needles in the fall of 2021, wondering if it was going to happen again. And I'm happy to report that I am aware of only one small instance in New Jersey, couple hundred fish maximum. And I heard from New York that they'd been sampling throughout the time period. And John Maniscalco or Jesse, either one of you can correct me if I have this wrong, but my understanding is that of all the samples that they collected, only one fish was positive for this Vibrio Angularum. And next slide, I believe that's my last one. So yes, I do want to thank Jan2022, our lead pathologist here in New Jersey, John Maniscalco and Jesse Hornstein, both from New York, who provided photos and info from their region. So with that, I will stop and take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for putting that together. I do appreciate that. Very informative. And, I know we don't see anything on that scale down here, but occasionally when we have low DO events and creeks and things, it's the fish floating that people call in about. So it does get attention. So certainly something we need to pay attention to, particularly on these larger scales. But thank you for doing that. We've got a couple of minutes here. This wasn't an action item for us today. It's basically an informational brief. But if there are board members who would like to ask some questions, Jeff, since you put all this together for us, we can take a few questions and that'll keep us on schedule. So if you have a board member have a question, just raise a hand.
All right, Mel, I will start us off. We have 4 hands raised. John Clark, Roy Miller, Lauren Lustig, and Connor McManus.
All right, thanks, Tony. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the great presentation, Jeff. Just want to confirm, you're saying you've only seen this in the adult bunker. I think you've solved the mystery because we've seen some of these same type of small scale kills in late winter, early spring along Delaware Bay. But we also get a lot of parasitic kills, it looks like, of peanut bunker in the summer. So you've never seen this at other times of the year? Thanks.
Thanks, John. Good question. My understanding, again, our lab, our marine fisheries lab, has not been the one doing the sampling. Our Fish and Wildlife Forensics and Pathology lab has. For all of the samples that I've seen collected relative to these kills, all of the fish were large, 250 millimeters and bigger. Not to say that it wouldn't impact the peanuts, but we have not seen that here in New Jersey, or at least we have not sampled those here in New Jersey. So I guess I can't say unequivocally that it wouldn't happen to peanuts, but that's not what we've been seeing around our region.
Thanks, Jeff. That's interesting.
So I can, if I can follow up, if you see these and if you're able to get live fish, you know, Jan has been, you know, looking for collaboration. So, and he's always willing to take samples from somewhere else. So if we can get some samples from you, not to speak for Jan and his workload, but we can probably figure out how to get those into our rotation of samples.
Oh, that'd be great. We'll keep our eyes out. Hopefully we don't see them, but if we do, we'll see if we can get some live ones. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Roy Miller, have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up a little bit, good morning, Jeff. I was wondering if all of these events that you think were caused by Vibrio, were they pretty much open water events? They weren't confined to the lagoons where we see these large kills of peanut bunker?
So that's a good question. We actually saw them. They were most prevalent in the tributaries to the Raritan Bay. We saw them on the shores of the Raritan, but a lot of them were occurring in the rivers leading into the bay. And we got quite a lot of press when the fish started floating up on the banks right behind Governor Murphy's house. So yeah, they tended to be in the rivers. So not great flushing rates. They were not necessarily open water, but not closed lagoons and things like that.
One quick follow-up, Jeff.
Sure.
There was no suspicion of potentially toxic dinoflagellates or anything like that in terms of phytoplankton or plankton-caused fish kills?
So good question. We also had our water monitoring group out taking samples, and I've not gotten word from them that it was you know a dinoflagellate or anything like that. It appears to be an internal this Vibrio Angularum. There was no water quality issues that I had heard of.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Thanks. Next, I had Lauren.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Jeff for a very, very interesting presentation. I did take a note of a number of things that you said, sir. I'm very happy that the fish kill is 0.43%, which is wonderful news. I also noted that you said they looked messy and smelled bad. I'm sure that is true. I'm interested in knowing about the relative difficulty in removing fish in terms of time and cost from public areas like beaches or marinas. And also, I'm interested in knowing whether the public is reasonably satisfied with what has been done, and or whether there's negative editorials or letters to the editor or that kind of thing based on misconceptions. Thank you.
That's a very good question. So obviously, while these were occurring, there was lots of media, lots of phone calls. We did DEP, not just marine fisheries, but DEP as a whole, worked with several townships to figure out how to clean them up. We did sort of, I can't say we mobilized our emergency response team, but certainly townships were pointed towards them in terms of how to do the cleanup. I don't think DEP actually did any of the cleanup. We just gave guidance to the municipalities on what they should be doing. And generally it was, wear protective clothing just in case there might be an event of, human transmission. I can't speak to what the cost was or how timely it was. We were certainly getting calls saying, hey, somebody needs to do something, but the higher up in the chain, the decision was made that it was the municipality's responsibility. And I'm gonna, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I might call in, phone a friend. And Joe, you were more involved with those discussions than I was. I don't know if I captured that properly.
Sure, go ahead.
That's correct, Jeff. It was unfortunately there's no budget within DEP to handle these types of events. Some of the politicians stepped up and found funding to help the municipalities do the cleanup, and that's kind of where it ended for us, Lauren.
And then, yeah, thank you, Joe. Just to your second question, Lauren, I haven't seen any bad press that DEP didn't do what they should have. And, we get daily press updates. Every day we get the headlines for where DEP is mentioned. I haven't seen any bad press. Certainly a lot was happening, a lot of articles as the events were happening, but now that the fish are gone, I haven't seen anything bad.
All right, thanks. Let's go ahead and take one more question here. Connor, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for your presentation. I was just curious from the outreach perspective, and maybe this is directed more for commission staff. I guess I was curious if you or others had thoughts about constructing like a consensus of information for outreach in the public for perhaps other states to use, or maybe at a minimum, or is the contents from your talk today available for other states? In Rhode Island, for example, a lot of this content would be really great as we communicate with the public and scientists, for that matter, as to what we saw during these events. Thanks.
Yeah, good question, Connor. We do not, when these events were happening, we were getting so many press calls. We put together sort of an FAQ. It wasn't a full-blown press release, but we did make a statement and put together an FAQ. And those are all available on our website, the New Jersey Fish and Wildlife website. I can find those for you and get them to Kirby or Pat Campfield, actually, with the science department, was sort of spearheading a communication among the different states when these were happening. So I can get our information to either Pat or Kirby to distribute to the states as for whoever wants it.
That's great. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Thanks for that, Jeff. Yeah, go ahead.
That'll be great since Kirby's last day is on Friday.
Right. Yes. And
yes.
so while I have the mic, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say thank you to Kirby. Kirby's been around a long time. I was trying to think this morning of any species that he hasn't worked on. And so for staff here in New Jersey, I just wanted to say one great big thank you to Kirby for all of his work over all of the years. And now I will go mute. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for that. And thanks to everybody, John, and Jesse. It's interesting. Everybody's got a J name up there. But thanks to everybody for that. That was very informative. And if anybody else has any other questions, I would just recommend, normally I'd say find Jeff in the passageway and have a discussion, but just shoot him an email or something. But we're going to go ahead and move on here, just in the interest of keeping on schedule. And nice segue into our first action item on the agenda, which is going to be moving forward with Addendum 1 to Amendment 3, is trying to get the document ready for public comment. So public comment's the next step in the process. So what we're going to spend the bulk of our time here today is working on getting that document in a form that the board is comfortable with in moving forward to public comment. And as we've mentioned and you've seen, it's a rather complex document at the moment. So we've got our work cut out for us here, but I know a number of you have some good thoughts and ideas and ways we can move on that. So that takes me to Kirby. Yes, so my first meeting as chair, and Kirby's leaving. So Kirby's been with the commission for, I guess, about 9 years, and like Jeff said, he's touched a number of different species and things, but we are definitely going to miss him. I'm really going to miss him because I was looking forward to at least some very experienced and knowledgeable hand holding for the new chair, but we'll make do. So we want all the best for Kirby, but this will be Kirby's last meeting with us, and I'm going to shut up and let him basically work us through a process here. And well, he will basically give us the brief. The pattern I want to try to follow is he's going to work through sort of section by section. So we'll have a discussion and work through a section. We'll see if we can make progress in terms of doing some editing to the document, maybe hopefully removing a number of things, because what we have right now is pretty massive. So anything that we can remove at this point, and the board is still comfortable with that, we would like to do that to get this thing down to something that's a little bit more manageable for the public to comprehend and to be able to give us some valuable feedback on. So, so we'll basically work through section by section. We'll have motions associated with that section. And if this works out, if there are public comments specifically related to the motions we are making with that section, we'll try to factor those in as well. But that's sort of the process we'll follow. Kirby's got a great presentation here. I'm going to just let him run us through this. But that's the idea. We would like to be able to finish today with something that the board is comfortable with in taking to public comment. And we'll see how things look as we go through, and try to take a break at an appropriate point when we need to. So Kirby, I think that kind of covered it as teeing up for you. I'm going to just turn it over to you and we'll run with it.
Thank you, Chairman Bell, and thank you for the kind words. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting draft Addendum 1 to Amendment 3 for board review today. Next slide, please. So this is a presentation outline. I'm going to go through an overview and timeline, then review the draft options that are in the document, going section by section, as Mel mentioned, commercial allocation, then episodic event set aside, followed by incidental catch and small scale fisheries. After going through each section, I'm going to have the PDT recommendations, and following that, Megan Lapp, our AP chair, will provide a summary of comments the AP had specific to those sections. And as Mel mentioned, we want the board to consider removing options from the addendum today at the end of each section, and then at the end of this agenda item, consider approval of the draft addendum for public comment. Next slide. So just quickly, I wanted to put up on the screen so that everyone's aware of the plan development team that helped put this document together. They were incredible. They did a really great job, in my opinion, in putting this document and all of its complex pieces in a succinct, clear manner. So thank you, Melissa, Micah, Nicole, Jeff, Harry, and Shanna. Next slide. So just quickly, some background. As many of you remember, the board tasked a board work group to develop strategies to align commercial allocations with availability, review incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision, and reduce quota transfers back in May of last year. Over the summer, that work group worked to put together a report, and that was presented in August, in which the work group outlined a number of strategies for the board to consider in addressing these items. Based off of that report, the plan development team was tasked with using this report as a starting point in developing this draft addendum. And as many of you remember, in October, I presented a progress report memo from the plan development team that identified a number of key concepts and options that the board needed to consider and provide feedback on to further develop the document. Next slide. So in terms of the timeline here that I wanted to highlight, as you guys are aware, the plan today is to review this document and approve it for public comment. If that happens, this is what the general timeline would look coming out of the meeting today. There'd be a public comment period that would likely begin next month, possibly go through March. Staff would be working to pull those public comments together, summarize them, and then present them back to the board in May, at which point the board would consider taking final action on the addendum. Right now, the addendum has noted at the end that the provisions would be implemented in 2023, but if the board wishes to change that, those would be considerations to be made later on when the document is considered for final approval. Next slide. So in reviewing the draft addendum today, I'm going to provide an overview of each section by focusing on the objective and then the management options that are in the document. I'll have the plan development team recommendations. As mentioned, Megan Lapp will present the AP report, and we'll take any questions the board members have. And following that, then we'll have the board consider motions to remove options. And I will do my best to try to mirror what Emily did so well with the striped bass presentation in October. So if there's a board motion to remove a specific option, we will strike through it and it will be noted in red throughout the presentation so that people can keep track. I'll also note that in my presentation, as well as the document, we have an asterisk next to options that the plan development team recommends removing. So getting into our first section, commercial allocation. The objective here, next slide please, is for allocations to be adjusted to align with recent availability of the resource, enable states to maintain current directed fisheries with minimal interruptions during the season, reduce the need for quota transfers, and fully use the annual total allowable catch, also known as a TAC, without overage. Next slide. So in this section, we have two subsections, and it's important to understand that in trying to determine an allocation, there's these two steps. The first, under 3.1.1, is the allocation options for addressing the minimum allocation that each state would get. The next step in section 3.1.2 are then the time frames to be used to allocate the remaining portion of the TAC. Next slide, please. So under step one, we have three different options right now. Our first option is status quo. As many of you are aware, that means each state gets a 0.5% of the TAC. Option two is a two-tiered fixed minimum approach in which the states of Pennsylvania, Delaware, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida would receive a 0.01% of the TAC, and then the states of Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Virginia, and North Carolina would receive a 0.5%. Option three is a three-tiered fixed minimum. Similar to option two, the first tier states remain the same, but there is now a second tier under this option in which the states of Connecticut, New York, and North Carolina would receive a 0.25%. And the third tier states of Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission in Virginia would receive a 0.5%. Next slide. So after that first step, there is the allocating the remaining portion of the TAC based on different time frames. So in breaking this out into these two decision points, option one provides a time frame that is the status quo of what is laid out in Amendment 3. This is 2009 through 2011. Option 2 is to use the years of 2009 through 2020. As many of you know, this includes both periods of high landings and low landings for a number of states, but it's important to note that it also dilutes recent trends. Option 3 is more recent years landings of 2018 through 2020. In turn, this reflects more recent landing trends, stock distribution, but obviously does not contain information on landings in the past. Now, these three first options are fairly straightforward in that they are using average landings from each of the listed timeframes. Option 4, the second highest year option, selects a best landing year for each state using data from 2009 through 2020. The general process is that the total landings are tallied and then determined percentages are based off of that. So in turn, the percentages are not based on a given year's TAC or on the biomass that comes out of the assessment. But the thought process here is that a second highest year may be less of an outlier than the highest year and may provide states better opportunities. Option 5 is a 3-year moving average that is lagged by 1 year. And you'll see this clearly in the tables in the document that I'll go through shortly. Option 6 is a weighted allocation approach, whereas many of you remember during the last board meeting, there were 3 different weighting approaches, 25, 75. So that's starting with our older time frame and newer time frame, 50-50, evenly weighting it between the 2 time frames, and then 75-25, so weighting it more heavily towards the past versus the present. Under option 6, there are 2 sub-options. Option 6A is 2009 through 2011 and 2018 through 2020. And as noted, because of these different weightings, there are 3 sub-options for option 6A. For option 6B, 2009 through 2012 and 2017 through 2020 is very similar to option 6A, but has an additional year added on each end. Next slide. So to help visually make sense of these 2 steps in the document, this decision tree outlines generally how each of these options would interact with each other. So you start with selecting first a minimum allocation under your step 1, and then under step 2 is choosing the time frame. And as you can see, just at this level, there are a number of different combinations that come out of this process. We'll come back to this slide later on if needed to help demonstrate which options, if the board chooses to remove, would look like. Next slide. So I'm going to go through each of the tables now, and just to help make sure people are understanding what they're presenting. Options under table 6, which are A1 through 4, are where the minimum allocation is 0.5 plus the time frames that were listed earlier of status quo 2009 through 2020, 2018 through 2020, and the second highest year. We'll move on to the next slide. Table 7 is where the fixed minimum of 0.5 is added with the 3-year moving average. So you can see here that you have a 3-year moving average that is lagged by 1 year. So in the very first column with numbers, at the top you see the 3 years that are chosen, and then the year that would be in use. So it would not be immediately after. To help you get a sense of what it could look like, for example, this year, you have the years of 2018 through 2020, and that would be implemented for the year 2022. That's in the far right column. Next slide. Next is the fixed minimum of 0.5 plus the weighted time frames. So as we walked through before, there are 2 different time frames that are being looked at, 6A and 6B. Additionally, there are 3 weightings under each. So this is our first set of tables, again, that have a fixed minimum of 0.5. The next sets of tables are going to be very similar to these, but they are using the tiered approaches. So I'm going to go through those a little bit more quickly. Again, you can follow along with these tables in the document. Table 9 is a 2-tiered minimum with options 1 through 4. Next is the 2-tiered minimum with the moving average. And then next is the 2-tiered minimum with the weighted time frames. And then the last 3 tables I'm going to go through are the 3-tiered minimum. So 3-tier minimum with the 4 options as noted in table 12, 3-tiered minimum with the moving average in table 13, and then the 3-tiered minimum with the weighted time frame. Again, this is on table 14, and please be sure to reference this in your materials that were sent out to the board earlier this month. So next are the plan development team recommendations for this section. The plan development team recommends removing the following time frame options. First, option 2, as noted, this is the longest time frame, and given that it dilutes some of the trends that could be picked up by looking at either more recent years landings, as well as considering some of the options under the weighted approach. Option 4, as noted in my presentation, the second highest year option is being recommended to be removed because of its complexity, as well as that it's not using for any given years or any given state's allocation the TAC for that year and a biomass that comes out of the assessment. The last option that the PDT is recommending be removed from this section is the weighted allocation time frame number 2, largely because this seems to be accomplished through the other option, 6A, and having 3 sub-options under 2 different weighting time frames kind of creates more options that the board and the public will have to choose from when many of them may be very similar. So those are the plan development team recommendations. Next is the AP report, and as mentioned before, our AP chair will walk the group through these summary points.
Thanks, Kirby. This is Megan Lapp, the AP chair. So as the AP discussed the options that Kirby just ran over, they express support for considering adding an explicit option that allows additional quota percentage from a tiered approach to be put back into the state allocations rather than just increasing the episodic events. They also recommended to adjust the statement of the problem to note states that have worked within their quota since 2013. And also adding an option for research set-aside quota, similar to the episodic events, but specifically for research set-aside itself. They also expressed concern for the second highest year option. There was some discussion over that particular point. AP members were not aware of any other management plan that uses the second highest year, and staff was not aware of any management plan that does that either. So there was concern about that option.
Thank you, Megan. So we'll move on to questions now for either items that I presented that are in the addendum or regarding plan development team recommendations or the AP report.
All right, thanks, Kirby. Questions from the board so far, and you can see how these things, when you have multiple factors and they play off of each other, you can see how it gets rather complex. So just let me know what kind of hands you have raised.
I will give you 3 at a time, and the only so the first 3 are John Clark, Chris Bat Savage, and Justin Davis.
All righty, John Clark, go ahead. All right, John, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, it took a while to unmute. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the great presentation, Kirby. I'm just curious, as a state with would be in a very small quota here, did the PDT consider coming up with a de minimis option for states that either don't fish at all for menhaden? You know, if our goal is to minimize the amount of quota that goes unused, why is quota being allocated to states like Pennsylvania, South Carolina, and Georgia? If we had a de minimis option that would probably take care of that, you wouldn't have to do this. And so that was my first part. And then just curious as to how the decisions were made as to either round up or round down states to put them into the tiers they were put in. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, John. Kirby,
Yeah,
you
thanks for the question. Yeah, thanks for the question, John. So we really went off of the guidance from the board during the last board meeting, and I don't recall there being a request for a specific de minimis option where those states as you listed would not have an allocation. I will just remind the board that we are still at a stage where if there is an interest in that being pursued, that could be added into this document. I would recommend, though, if that's of interest, that definitely to consider removing other options. In terms of how the landings information is considered, I will note that outside of our status quo option of A1, again, that's the fixed minimum and the time frame, we're using the most up-to-date landings information, and so we have a calculation that was used to come up with that. I can walk people through that in more detail, but we tried to mirror as much as possible the kind of allocation approach from Amendment 3. So we rounded to the nearest hundredth in that regard, and that's the simplest way to get into it at this point. But I can provide more detail later if needed.
Thanks, Kirby.
All right. Thanks, Kirby. And I've been focusing on removing things, but keep in mind, I mean, in the process of tweaking this, if someone feels very strongly about adding something, fine. But keep, as Kirby mentioned, you're going to add something, you really need to think about what else you might remove. So, and again, it's a balancing act with this thing. You touch one piece and it affects something else. So, okay, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Kirby. You might have mentioned this in your presentation, but I just want to make sure I understand correctly regarding Amendment 3, that Amendment 3 required that the board review the allocations after 3 years. If that's the case, will that 3-year review still be part of this after final action is taken on Addendum 1? And I'm asking just to kind of get a better perspective as far as regarding any options we might want to remove as far as allocations go. Thanks.
Yes, thanks for the question, Chris. That has generally been the approach the plan development team has been working under. And if need be, we can make that more clear or explicit in the document that once the board were to approve this document with new allocations, that they would be revisited within 3 years, if not sooner. But that was the general premise that this group was working under.
All right. Thanks, Kirby. Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a question for Kirby, and I'm wondering about the feasibility of adding in a sub-option under 3.1.1. And I get this is going contrary to the general goal today of taking things out of the document, but I'm hoping this might sort of clarify that there's a decision point here that I don't think is really explicit in the document, and that is what to do if the board were to ultimately select options 2 or 3 under 3.1.1, one of the tiered minimum approaches, what to do with the quota that's freed up by selecting one of those options. You know, under status quo, 8% of the quota is taken up by minimum allocations. Under option 2, that would drop to 5.5%. Under option 3, it would be 4.8. It's sort of, you know, implicit because the next section 3.1.2 is, you know, about how to allocate the remaining tax. So it sort of says, you know, unless some other decision is made, that quota that's freed up is going to get allocated back out according to whatever formula is selected there. But, you know, then it is mentioned down in 3.2.1 that, well, you know, we could use some of that quota that's freed up to increase the episodic set aside. It also occurs to me, you know, down in 3.3.4, we're talking about catch accounting for incidental catch and small scale fisheries. Option 3 talks about creating a 1% set aside of the TAC to accommodate landings under that program. It seems like that's also a potential use of this quota freed up by option 2 or 3. So I'm wondering if we added in a sub option conditional on options 2 or 3 that essentially would create a decision point for what does the board want to do with the quota that's freed up if we select option 2 or 3, if that might help, you know, sort of clarify to the public that there is a decision point there and how that quota might be used. If we were to do that, would we need a motion today to add that to the document? Could we do it by board consent? Would we have to go back to the drawing board with the PDT and add it in and bring the document back? I'm just sort of curious about the process for potentially adding that in.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Justin. And it's a fair one because this is where we have these sections interact with other sections, right? So later on in the document, we have this note about the episodic event set aside with option 2 increasing it to 5%. And if that's of interest to the board, then effectively this additional quota that could be freed up could be used in that or a certain amount of it. I think one thing that I would like to try to make as clear as I can at this point, the allocations that are drawn up in this first section, you know, that decision point of how to use that additional percentages from the tiered approach doesn't affect what the state's allocation percentage is. It would affect what the poundage is. And that's where I think we can absolutely make it more clear that it's a decision point for the board. And if you want it to be an explicit option, you know, that's fair. I can understand that being more helpful to communicate to the public, but it's just important to keep in mind that what would be adjusted is the poundage and not the state's percentages, if that makes sense.
Yeah, hey, Justin, I mean, good question, and you touched on something. It's sort of the interdependence of all these pieces on each other, and when you move in one direction, you know, how does it affect this or that? But I think that's certainly a valid point that you made, and we can, as Kirby said, we can, you know, kind of try to deal with that at the appropriate point. You know, and again, don't read, I mean, my saying, let's remove. It's if we need to adjust or, as Justin just mentioned, clarify some things or add things that would be constructive in terms of helping the public understand and us visualize how this whole kind of machine will work once it's all up and running, that's fine. We can certainly do that. So that just kind of moving along here. Got any other hands at this point?
I have a couple. I have Nicola Mizar, actually, and then let me just double check my list, and Roy Miller.
Okay, Nicola, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Justin that some additional clarity is needed on the point that he raised about the TAC that is saved with the other tiered approaches. And I believe that when the work group talked about that, we thought that the most, kind of transparent and easiest approach was to have that go back into the TAC as a whole, as opposed to into any particular set aside. That's my recollection. If anyone else wants to correct it, please do. But I had raised my hand because I wanted to ask about the 3-tiered fixed minimum approach, and kind of specifically, what was the criteria that was used to put Connecticut, New York, and North Carolina into the 0.25% tier? When I look at the table 2 in the document that shows the state's landings as a percentage of the coastwide landings, New York kind of jumped out at me as maybe a different level than Connecticut and North Carolina, particularly if you look at 2020 when they were over 1% of the coastwide landings. So I just was hoping for some clarity as to how the PDT put those 3 states in the middle tier, and also to clarify that the states would be in these tiers until another addendum modified it. For example, there's no moving in between the tiers outside of an addendum process. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicola. Kirby, you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So as noted in the document, under this option, depending on the time frame in step 2 that's selected, the understanding was that for nearly every year between 2009 and 2020, those states would likely have sufficient quota to cover their landings every year. So that was the general thought process, was to see which states could fall into that kind of category of the 2 combinations of putting them in a lower minimum than what Amendment 3 outlines, and then outside of the status quo, what could get them to a higher quota level that would, or maintain them at a quota level that would allow them to cover their landings in most years based off of the data we were looking at. In terms of the second question regarding those being fixed in this addendum, that's the idea that this plan development team was operating under, that these allocations would be set from these 2 decision points until a subsequent addendum were to be undertaken to adjust those allocations moving forward.
Thanks, Kirby.
All right, thanks. I figure we're going to keep going back to this decision tree. That's useful, just seeing how it's portrayed. Tony, I can't remember who you had next.
No worries, Mr. Chair. It was Roy Miller, and Richie White also has his hand up now. Mel, if you were talking, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted, since Nicola brought it up, I'd like to go back to table 2 again. I'm looking at the tier 1 allocations for the states of Pennsylvania, Delaware, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. In table 2, it doesn't provide any guidance on South Carolina and Georgia because apparently their landings during the column years in that table 2 were confidential. And Pennsylvania's were presumably 0 during those particular years. But Delaware's landings were 0.02 to 0.04, and Florida's landings were 0.05 to 0.07. What I don't understand is, why are we setting up a tier 1 or first tier criteria of 0.01%, which would put Delaware and Florida behind already? And if this becomes acted upon, and Delaware and Florida, for instance, only receive an initial allocation of 0.01%, then clearly, if history repeats itself, we'll be in the process of searching for quota elsewhere every single year. Why don't we make the tier one criteria something that would satisfy Delaware's and Florida's recent needs? And I was just thinking off the top of my head, something like 0.1%. And maybe that would accommodate Georgia and South Carolina too. But that's my question, Mr. Chair. And if that is viewed favorably, I might have a motion at some point. Thank you.
All right, Roy, thanks for that.
Yeah, just to help with Roy and understanding, the thought process here, the table he's referring to, I don't have it in my presentation, but it's in the document, and you've all seen it a couple times. Table 2 shows what each state's percentage is of the coastwide landings based off of total landings data. And as he mentioned, Delaware in that table is 0.02 in 2019 and 0.04 in 2020. Florida is 0.05 and 0.06. Again, 0.02, 0.04, 0.05, 0.06. As you can see in table 6 in the document, and in terms of the slide number, Maya, if you want to pull that up, that would be slide 12. What you can see there is that the fixed minimum still allows those states to have an actual allocation that's much higher than that. So it would cover their landings, and they would not need to pursue quota transfers, I think, to your concern. As noted in table 18, though the tiering actually aligns them up with what those historical periods were in C2 and C3. And that's the case for both the 3-tier and the 2-tier. So there was consideration made to that for these states that may have lower landings compared to other states. But if there is an interest in changing this in the document, as mentioned before, we can obviously accommodate that today and through a motion.
All right.
May I do a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Kirby, I had assumed that under the proposal, the 0.5 would be done away with. And instead, the proposed amounts would be in tier 1 would be the total. But what you're saying is it's assumed that the 0.5 will be retained, and the tier 1 proposals just get added to that. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry. So that we're fully clear, table 6 outlines how the allocations would break out if the 0.5% is retained. If you move down to the tiered approaches, so table 9, for example, through 11, and then again 12 through 13, the fixed minimum that those first tier states get is lower than that. So again, it does line up, at least for the states you mentioned, with those time frames that were mentioned in table 2, but it's not a 0.5 for those states in the tiered approach.
So within the document right now, there is an option that holds things at 0.5, like pointing out, but then there's also an option available to take that down to 0.01 or 0.05 for the states that we was talking about. All right. See, Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking about the complexity of this and how the public will view this in their decision-making process. And I'm thinking about if there's a way of showing each individual box on each table to show which meets the goals and objectives for each individual state. Because the way I look at this, there's very few of these that would meet New Hampshire's goals and objectives, and I think that's pretty much true for Massachusetts and Maine, I believe. So I was wondering if there's a way of showing that, have those shaded in, or some other way, so the public will have an easier time going right to the options that are going to fulfill the needs of their individual state. Thank you.
All right, Kirby, any thoughts?
Yeah. So thank you for the question, Richie. I think the key thing is, what do you mean by that? What is it that's going to meet the needs of the state? Is it a set percentage? And if so, what is that based on? Is it a certain time frames, landings? Again, specificity on what you would like to have in this document to clearly indicate a way to guide the public to options that make sense or are more applicable based on what they would like to see for their state would be helpful.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the 3 New England states, I believe, are going to be looking for what they've been harvesting in the last 3 years, and so that's the need. And really, I think a lot of states would be looking at or saying that their needs are beyond that. That this is a upward trend, and I know New Hampshire harvested a fair amount more in 2021 than we did in the previous 3 years. I believe Maine is in that situation, but not positive. So the public is going to be looking at how many pounds are we going to be will be in our quota, and how does that compare with the last 3 years, and that's they're going to view that as their need, and they would take that from the goals and objectives, because this is trying to solve that problem that New England has a larger abundance and capacity to harvest that, and the need for it for bait. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Richie. And I think I follow you. I mean, basically, from the public's perspective, is that, here's been our world for the past 3 years. This is what's going on in terms of harvest. Which option here seems to allow us, to deal with, to maintain that or deal with the future. So I think I understand what you were getting at there. I'm not sure how. It seems like you might have to add a whole other table or multiple tables. I'm not sure. But I follow the point you're making. That makes sense from a public's perspective.
Mr. If I may interject here, I think what we could do as staff, perhaps, and I need to think this through a little bit more, but I think we could highlight or mark or star options for each state that this is tricky because the quota changes in any given year, so it's hard to say in the affirmative, but we could use a previous year's quota or the current year's quota to say this allocation option would be at or above the average of that state's landings for the last 3 years. But I don't think we can say it meets the goals of that state. that would be something that a state could say at its public hearing, but that would almost be like saying this is the preferred option for each of the states in the management document, and that's not something that the commission typically does. And to have to point out at each individual state's preferred management options, I think would be a little bit confusing in the document. So
yeah, I agree, Tony.
And I do, in thinking about this, you know, I am a little concerned if we don't lose very many, if we don't lose any alternatives or very many alternatives, you know, as the document stands right now, as Kirby said before, there's 33 options. And to try to indicate which options are above a certain amount could be additionally confusing in the document. So we'd have to think through how we might be able to achieve that. And I just wanted to let you know that we now have Lynn, Erica, David Borden, and Craig Pugh on your list.
All right. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank Kirby for the presentation and all of, well, I have the mic, all of his work over the years. We're going to miss you. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on Roy's comment and also on Richie White's comment. I think the board needs to really think hard about simplifying this. In my mind, this 3-tiered option is sort of doing arbitrary backflips to create a very small amount of extra quota to move around. It seems like under the 2-tier option from the tables, Delaware would be mostly covered. And I want to stress that there is this incidental small-scale fishery provision that if that stays in the document and is open for public debate, would cover states like Delaware if there was a case when they didn't quite have the TAC, the quota, to meet their needs. And by the way, that also holds true for Maryland. And I also want to be careful a little bit about this idea that every state is going to get what it needs. I mean, and I get that. And the reality is we're allocating a limited resource. So every state is likely to not get what they need. And I think because that's true, you know, if Maryland gets a slug of fish through the bay again, like in 2012, when we harvested 13 million pounds, we're not going to get what we need. I mean, we're not going to get what we need, but I would like to think that there is a simpler overarching way, and it's probably through some of these, you know, the bycatch provision and the incidental catch, and considering fish distribution the way it is now. So we consider how the fish are distributed, and we consider that this distribution is going to shift. We probably don't need to be worried about trying to develop tiers and place states and categories, and I may make a motion about that later if I get the chance. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thanks, Lynn, and good point. We're saying this to the public. I think it was kind of a matter of public perception and what they need. But I follow your point about you don't always get what you need. We're dividing a finite resource here that varies from year to year. So it's just kind of a public perception piece to that. Erica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lynn said most of my thoughts more eloquently than I can. In reading this document, I struggle with how the board would build a rationale for many of these options. Simplifying it down would certainly be my preferred. As we can see, we have a hard time tracking across the different options and sub-options where we are, and that's illustrated by the conversation where we were talking about the tiered option and table 6 was pulled up and it's the 0.5% option, not the tiered option. So we can't even follow the conversation with the slides that are presented before us today. So I'm fully supportive of streamlining the options here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, Erica. And Tony, I had to change pens after Erica. So who were the other two you had?
No worries. And I got another one on the list anyway. So David Borden, Craig Pugh, and Pat Gear.
Okay.
And
All
Erica,
right.
Erica, your mic is still open, just FYI.
All right. So David, if you want to go ahead and weigh in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I share the board chair's concern about the level of complexity in the document. And I think we got to make more of an effort to focus on alternative ways of simplifying this, because I think it's going to be almost impossible for some members of the public to fully digest the nuance of in advantages and disadvantages of different strategies. So I'd like to go back to John Clark's suggestion about de minimis, which I thought was kind of intriguing. In the lobster plan, I just point out to everybody, in the lobster plan, we have a provision that exempts the certain states, in this case, Middle Atlantic and South Atlantic states, I think all the states in the management unit south of New Jersey, from a landing restriction and some of the monitoring restrictions, and it's all based on a poundage. Unless they land over a certain poundage, they have to comply with the monitoring requirements. And that, if we were to employ a strategy like that and set the number right, we could basically take a couple of these options out of the document and possibly lessen the administrative burden on some of the states with small catches, and still incorporate it into the document by having whatever they catch up to that value be deducted from the quota either in that year or the following year. So John's suggestion, I think, is a good one that we probably ought to explore. And it's kind of an elegant way to eliminate some of these options. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Good point. Craig?
Well, I'd also like to echo John Clark's ideas. I think we need to look a little more into this. I can see that the 0.01 will impact our blue crab fishery considerably with a lot lower allocation. It will put our Menhaden fishery itself back into a bycatch theoretical mode where we were able to eliminate that under the old allocation that we had. So you're kind of thrusting us back into a problem that we were able to alleviate in the past 5 to 6 years, back when we met in Baltimore. The impacts will impact our greatest fishery, which is our blue crab fishery. It's basically the only fishery we have that's viable in the state, and that it may end up taking that away. So it would impact us greatly without some additional work to this. I can't help but feel that putting this forward to us this way, that our needs were not considered, and so I find it a little bit offensive in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, Craig. Thank you. What I'm going to do is I've got Pat on here for a question. I'd like to go ahead and let Pat weigh in, Pat Gear. And then I'd like to try to focus us on getting to some motions. I think we're at that point where if there are motions that people want to make pertinent to what we're doing here, that would be helpful. And maybe kind of actually put pen to paper, so to speak. So, and I'll tell you what, also, we'll let Pat have a question, and then maybe we'll take a quick bio break, and then we can come back and deal with motion type stuff. So, Pat, if you want to go ahead and weigh in here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question, it's more of a comment. And I'm not going to be as eloquent as some of the other folks and Robert Boyles, who quoted Jefferson and Franklin, but I will quote Mick Jagger, who said, "You can't always get what you want, but if you work really hard, you'll get what you need." And this is going to be a situation where, you're not going to get everything you want here. We have to have compromise. We can't look at, just what happened in recent years. We have to look at historical values as well. And I agree with what everybody said. We can't keep adding more options to this and looking at other things if we want to complete this today. What we need to do is we need to look at these options and decide what can be removed and what needs to stay. And if we can't do that, then we're pretty much at a point where we're not going to finish this task for the day, and we'll have to do it in another meeting. So I urge us to start looking at these options and discussing which ones we can remove to make this document a little bit easier for the public to digest. I've already gotten a lot of complaints from the public saying that this is just too complex. We don't understand it. So, I'm all for taking a break and coming back and start looking at what we can remove from these options. Thank you.
All right, Pat. Thanks for weighing in on that, and I concur. Kirby, is that again? I can't turn to you and ask you. Is that a good approach? So let's take 10, and then folks come back, and then we kind of go into the let's try to actually make something happen mode related to dealing with motions. That sound good, Kirby?
Yeah, I think a short break for biological needs, and then coming back and hearing motions is a good approach.
Okay. All right. I've got, let's just take 8. I've got my clock. I got 10:03. Why don't we be back in 7 minutes? 10. Let's try to shoot for 10:10. I'm sorry. You got the clock. You got the clock up there. Go ahead and take a full 10. I'm sorry. Thank you, folks. All right, that's 10 minutes. Thanks for your patience, and we had a lot of good discussion this morning. I think the discussion, you could tell from the different comments and just how complex this is. So it's not a simple thing. And Pat's right. We're going to try to get this thing in a condition that we're comfortable with to take the public comment. We got some work to do. So with that, I'll turn it back to Kirby and kind of try to recenter us here. But I think the idea now is let's try to turn some of this into some actual action through motions, and we throw some things on the board and sort of see what sticks. But Kirby, if you want to go ahead and get us back on track.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Bell. I just wanted to remind folks there was, I think, some focus in our last conversation about the landings information in Table 2, and just a reminder that really what we want people to be focusing on are these tables of the combined Step 1 and Step 2 allocations. So Table 6 through Table 14 in the document. I think that the plan development team has taken a lot of time to think through those and make sure that there is some level of allocation for every state. So keep that in mind, and I think we should move into motions now.
Righty, and just so you know what all's going behind the scenes here, this is the problem with a virtual meeting, is that I'm having to communicate via cell on 2 different levels, and then I've got the screen here. But I know we have a number of motions that people have been very helpful in sending us, and Kirby kind of has the master list of motions and things that people have sent in. So I think in terms of what we've received right now that might be good to introduce. I think Kirby, you indicated maybe one from Lynn would be a good place to start, if Lynn's willing to do that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to do that. If you say go, I will put something on the board. If that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Let's throw something on the board
and see what sticks. Yeah, we'll see how well done this pasta is. Okay. And if I may, Mr. Chair, after I make this, I'd like to provide a little rationale given the comments that we've heard. So I would move to remove option 3, the 3-tiered fixed minimum approach under 3.1.1 options for addressing minimum allocation.
You have a second by Emerson Hasbrook.
Okay, thank you, Emerson.
Yes, I'll second that.
Ready? All right, so we've got a motion and a second. Lynn, you want to go ahead and explain a little bit?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to be brief. And I really did make my points earlier. I think that, you know, this option it's a little bit of an arbitrary mechanism that places states in categories. And as soon as you place states in categories, those defining lines shift, and somebody's going to want to switch which category they're in. And to Nicola's point earlier about not being able to move categories without another addendum, it's just setting us up for a lot of complication. I fully understand Delaware's concern. I think looking at the tables, it does seem as though the 2 remaining options on the board, either the 2-tier or the 0.5, either one of those 2 options would cover Delaware in most years. And I want to just go back and stress the idea of simplification, that there is still the option for the incidental catch and the small scale fishery provision, which would cover Delaware and also Maryland, because Maryland is not in a very different situation than Delaware is with this. And with that, I just want to remind, as to the de minimis option, I think we need to be really careful about adding new options to the document right now after the amount of discussion that we've had. And I think that the incidental catch provision would essentially accomplish the same end as a de minimis, with the difference that the incidental catch has the ability to fall under the accountability options that we'll discuss later, and de minimis would not. So that's it. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that explanation, Lynn, and thank you for the motion. Okay, discussion of the motion, folks, hands.
I have Emerson Hasbrook.
Okay, Emerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to just talk in support of the motion, obviously, because I seconded it, but I don't have anything to add from what Lynn just mentioned. She said it quite eloquently, so I'm good with Lynn's reasoning to support this.
Great, thanks for that backup there. All right, any discussion, motion, any other opinions? Go ahead.
Two other hands, John Clark, followed by Nicola Meserve.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I fully appreciate Lynn's points there, but if the purpose of this whole addendum is to better allocate the catch, we have certain options here. I think the 3-tier one actually gets closer to a base for what most states are catching, and then when you add on the step 2, which I don't think, it was hard enough for me to understand the step 2, and I get the feeling that even on the board, there's some confusion about that, and I'm sure the public will be triply confused by that. I think like even our state would be able to get by with, depending on what option is chosen in step 2. But I do think that the 0.25 is more parsimonious in how it allocates the total allowable catch. So I don't see any need to remove that at this point. Thanks.
All right, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really agree with John Clark's statements about keeping the 3-tiered approach and the intent of these options. If we're only left with a 2-tiered approach, Delaware and Florida are still in that 0.01% tier that we've spent the last 20 minutes talking about. So I was thinking along different lines of keeping the third option for the 3-tiered approach, but moving Delaware and Florida because they do have a history of landings that are more similar to Connecticut's, for example, which is in the 2nd tier, and moving Delaware and Florida into the 2nd tier. And so that, the 3 states with, no landings of Pennsylvania, South Carolina, and Georgia are the only states in the 0.01% tier. So, I think I'll wait for a little bit more discussion on this motion before potentially suggesting a substitute that would do that instead. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nicola. So we've heard a couple in favor, a couple not so much in favor. Further discussion?
One other hand is raised, Pat Gear.
Okay, Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given what I just said about trying to reduce this, I'm going to have to say this is the easy part. Having the 3 tiers, I would support keeping those. The numbers were not arbitrary in option 3; they were a mathematical calculation. I think that this is something the public will understand. It's when we get to this next step 2, that I think we need to start, cutting options out. So I would support keeping all 3 options in.
All right. Support for keeping all 3. Any other perspectives on this?
Cherie Patterson.
Go ahead, Cherie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Pat. I think that we need to bring to the public all of these 3 options and have them continue to help pare this down from the public's perspective. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Cherie. So, anything else on this? So we've got some for, some against in terms of does some want to keep everything at this point, realizing that this is not what they want to cut. But any other thoughts?
We have Roy Miller.
Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that I like Nicola's suggestion of moving Connecticut and Delaware into tier 2 of the 3-tier approach. If this motion gets voted down, I think that accommodates Delaware's concerns regarding being in tier 1. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Roy. Anything else on the motion?
No additional hands.
Okay. So we have a motion. We've had a little bit of discussion, some for, some not so much. Discussion of an alternative motion. What's the pleasure of the board? Is there a desire for alternative, or just vote on it?
I have Justin Davis followed by Nicola Meserve.
Okay, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to request perhaps like a 1-minute caucus before we vote on the motion.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm alone in my kitchen, but yes, I understand. We'll have to do that obviously with these. Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state that, if this motion fails, I will put forward a motion that would modify the option to change the tier for Delaware and Florida, just so that people know that when they're thinking about this motion. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I think you can vote, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Why don't we go ahead and have what do we need, a minute or 2 minutes? Take a minute if you can do it in a minute. We'll just have a caucus. Those that can caucus.
Mr. Chair, if after that minute a state needs more caucus time, they can raise their hand and I will let you know.
Yeah, no problem. Again, just kind of dealing with the system we're working in here.
Mr. Chair, your minute is up and I don't see any hands raised saying they need more time.
Okay. All right, then pretty sure we're not going to have consensus on this. So best way to do this, you go state by state. Is that what you do, Tony?
If you just ask the states to raise their hands, I'll for favor, against, and I'll just call them out. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do that. Use the hand raise feature. Okay. Then all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. One hand for each state.
I'm just gonna give a second for the hands to settle. I have New York, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I will put your hands down. I am ready for the next.
All righty. Thank you. All opposed?
Just gonna let the hands settle for a second. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, Florida, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Georgia, Maine, Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Carolina, Virginia, and New Hampshire. I will put your hands down.
All right. Any no votes or abstentions? And Tony, I have a question. I'm actually by myself, so I'm the chair. So would I be just an abstention?
Mel, it's up to you as chairman. If you want to vote, you can, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I'll just abstain right now. That's fine.
Okay. I will note that.
Okay.
So could you just make it clear if you're asking for abstentions or null votes right now?
Yeah, any abstentions? That'd be me.
Yep. All right, so we have South Carolina, NOAA, and Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, thank you. Any null votes?
No null votes.
Okay, thank you. All righty, then the motion fails. All right, so I believe Nicola had a alternative idea, perhaps?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to modify section 3.1.1, option 3, to put Delaware and Florida in tier 2. Parentheses 0.25%.
All right, does that look clear?
That looks good, thank you.
All righty, so we have a motion, modify section 3.1.1, option 3 to put Delaware and Florida in tier 2 at 0.25%. Do we have a second? And reserve second.
We have a second by Erica Burgess.
Okay, Erica, thank you.
And
Right.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to note for the record the vote counts. There was 3 in favor for the last vote, 12 against, and 3 abstentions.
Thanks, Kirby. All right, discussion of the motion.
You have Nicola, Erica, and Jesse Hornstein.
All right, Nicola, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hand was left up, but as rationale, I think we've had a pretty robust discussion about this, and I think putting Delaware and Florida in this tier more closely aligns with their landings and will avoid, more reliance on the incidental catch provision by putting them into this tier. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Erica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to add some more rationale to this. If you look at table 2 for Florida's landings compared to some of the states that would be in tier 3 or tier 2, in most years, our landings are a larger percentage of, in Florida, our landings are a larger percentage of the coastwide landings. There are just several outlier years that bump these other states into the upper tiers. So I appreciate this motion.
All right, thanks for that. And was it Jesse? Was that you had next?
It's actually Jim Gilmore. Jesse signed on because I'm technologically challenged. So,
No problem.
So let me make a couple of comments on this because and I want to make sure I understand this right. So the justification for Delaware and Florida to go up into tier 2 is because based upon their landings, the tier 1 would be insufficient. And if that's correct, then I would make the same argument for New York based upon our landings the last few years. We've exceeded 0.5% in terms of our landing. And we're currently in tier 2 at 0.25. So if that's what is going to be the theme for this, then I would consider making a motion to amend to put New York into tier 3. So is that the idea behind this, that we're trying to match our actual landings with which tier we would be in? And if that's correct, Mr. Chairman, please come back to me, and I would like to make an amended motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I think the idea was to adjust the tier so you still and retain. We're still talking. We haven't gotten rid of anything. We're still retaining the different options. So within the options, I guess there would still be, we've got kind of different scenarios covered, but Nicola, you made the motion. Would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I partially Jim's rationale is the rationale for this motion, as well as the fact that there is a distinction between Pennsylvania, South Carolina, and Georgia with 0 landings. And given the opportunity for the 3-tier approach, I think that those 3 states alone should fall in the lowest tier, which by default puts Delaware and Florida up into the next tier.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Jim, does that answer the question?
Well, so let me still understand it. So, we were putting Delaware and Florida into tier 2, because essentially it more reflect their landings, and then we would stay in tier 2, but we would hopefully get, at the end of this, an increase that we would get above the 0.5% we needed. So wouldn't it be the same argument that if Florida and Delaware were in tier 1, that after the end results come up, they'd be able to get something closer to 0.25 like their landings? It just seems to be, we're arguing two different things. You can either fix it later on or you can fix it now, but depending upon which tier you in, it's sort of inconsistent is really the trouble I'm having right now.
Okay, I understand. I'm just trying to flip back and forth and follow this myself, but I agree that South Carolina and Georgia and Pennsylvania are kind of unique in terms of where they land in how we approach that as far as a tier goes. But sure the solution here. So we can entertain a modification of the an amendment to the motion or an alternative motion, or we can vote on this. What's y'all's pleasure?
Chairman, if I may, so let me ask another question. Are there other states that are similar to New York's situation, that they're currently in tier 2, but at the end of the process here, that they would rather be, essentially at the limits that were in tier 3, or is New York just unique in that?
Anybody got anything on that?
Mr. Chair, it's hard for me to tell, but I'm going to go in my list here, and I have Lynn, then Roy, then Emerson.
Okay, Lynn, Roy, Emerson. Go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is kind of the issue, right? So this is where it all starts. And I just want to, I really appreciate this conversation, and I'm never one to sneeze at fish, but I think we're talking about, under the current TAC, something like 3 million pounds of fish, which is a lot, but it isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. So maybe what it sounds like is happening here is that we actually just need 2 tiers. We need the 1 tier for Georgia and South Carolina and Pennsylvania, and the 2nd tier for the other states who do harvest fish, and it's equitable, because it just concerns me that once we start playing with this 3 tiers, it's already a problem. So I would put that out there for consideration, and I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that, and yes, I think you do have a unique situation with 3 states, and yeah, that's how we got into these different tiers. Roy, did you have something?
Just quickly, I want to express support and appreciation to Nicola for her motion. So I would definitely support it because it would alleviate Delaware's and Florida's obvious problems. I would just add that I wouldn't oppose Jim Gilmore's suggestion either for New York State. But I hear what Lynn is saying, and I'm appreciative of the attempt to simplify things, and I'm worried that we're going to get wrapped around the axle a little bit. I think we know where we want to go. It's just a matter of how do we word it to get there. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Roy. Emerson, you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the problem with our caucus being in different locations, it's difficult for us to directly talk to each other, but I thought Jim was gonna make a motion to substitute, or to amend rather. So he didn't make that. So I'm going to make a motion to amend. And that would be to also move New York into tier 3.
All right, so we have a motion to amend to move New York into tier 3. Is there a second for that?
I don't see any hands as of, here we go, Roy Miller.
Okay, Roy Miller is seconding that. All righty. All right, discussion of the amendment.
Jim Gilmore?
Jim?
Yeah, and Emerson was right. It's just, I was going to wait till the discussion, put the motion up. So I obviously support this. And again, it's just making it consistent if we're trying to, match actual landings and things with what, tiers. So I think it makes sense. So I obviously support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Further discussion of the amendment. The motion to amend.
Nicola Meserve.
Okay, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to quickly say that I support this and had considered asking Erica if she would, agree to it as a friendly amendment to the initial motion. But, my first comment today was kind of inquiring about how New York ended up in the second tier. So I definitely can support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's support for the motion to amend. Any alternative opinions?
One hand, Pat Gear.
Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not opposed to this. I sympathize with the states, and I understand that Delaware and Florida, they have had a fishery where Pennsylvania, South Carolina, and Georgia really haven't, and I understand Jim Gilmore's point as well. My concern is if we make these changes, all of our decisions afterwards, we no longer have the information available to us anymore. The information in the document is no longer valid, isn't it? I mean, it's not valid anymore because we've made changes. So how are we going to proceed after that point?
Yeah, I follow you. If we've made something like that, then it completely, all the analyses are all off, and everything would have to be redone. I believe Kirby, is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I didn't want to sway people's opinion on the vote, but it's important for people to understand that, with these changes, I understand, the motions that we would need, the plan development team would need to go back and obviously revise the tables to reflect this. We need to double check the math. And I think equally important, the board would really need to make sure that they understand what those new percentages would look like for allocation. We can't on the fly today put that together and ensure that it's correct. So it would need some more finessing in time, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, good point, Pat, in terms of little reality here. So then the board needs to decide, I guess, in terms of importance, if we were to kind of go this route. And I understand the rationale for it. It's trying to end up with the best document we can that does what we need it to do. But that to go that route, then we're definitely not going to be in a position to move on the timetable that we had envisioned. And so I guess that's something to think about. Any thoughts on that from anyone?
Mr. Chair, if I can, just real quick, I want to note for folks that, it would alter the timeline that I presented earlier that was on the screen. But I do want to note that in terms of the implementation of this document, it might not make a difference. You know, if there's still the intent or interest in wanting this to be implemented for the 2023 fishing season, then you know, whether the board takes final action on this document in May or August, or between May and August, I think that can still, that goal, if that's a high priority, can still be achieved.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That's sort of the bottom line, I guess, in terms of what some people may be hoping for. So I guess we need to just ask ourselves then if this is really something that would improve the document, improve our approach. You know, we want to go ahead and invest in time in doing this. So, and it sounds like from what Kirby said, we have a chance perhaps of staying on the implementation schedule. So that's just something for folks to think about. Any other points on discussion of the motion to amend?
You have Megan Ware, Nicola Meserve, and Erica Burgess.
Okay. Megan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Virginia's point here. I will say I think these are fairly minor changes to some of the percentages in the tables we've seen. So I'm still prepared today to make motions on some of the allocation options, and I hope other board members are as well. Whether we approve it for public comment or not, I think is still to be determined, but I still hope we can have discussions on some of the allocation options to get that more streamlined. Thank you.
Thanks. I agree with you, Megan. Okay, Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, even if these motions pass, I would still hope that the board would be in a position to consider approving this document for public comment. You know, I'm thinking about striped bass. There was an option added yesterday that you know, hasn't been fully written into the document, and that document was approved for public comment. And I think these are more, you know, minor changes that I trust the PDT to make in the document and still have it, you know, be approved today. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Nicola. Erica?
Erica put her hand down. No,
Okay.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I would agree with Megan that I think there are still decisions we can make today with the remaining steps for the allocation decisions, that there are concepts in here that we can talk about as concepts, even if we don't have hard percentages. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Good point. All right, let's go ahead and.
Lastly, you have Lynn Fagley. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
No, just real briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a quick moment to make sure we really thank the plan development team and for the work they did to put together an incredibly complicated document. And I would just put a plea out to the board to consider them as well, you know, as we're walking through this. We got to do what's best for us. I realize that, but this is a Herculean effort. So let's just sort of keep them in mind as we go. Thank you.
Yeah, very good point, Lynn. Yeah, that's the people behind the scenes that are making the train run in some respects. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear up what we've got here. So we have a motion to amend. Let's go ahead and deal with that. Let's see. Well, we'll try. Are there any objections to the motion to amend? Just raise your hand.
No hands are raised in objection.
Okay, so then no hands. So then the motion to amend passes, and that takes us. Then that becomes then the modified version becomes the main motion.
Yes, and if you just give Maya a second to combine those two motions.
Actually, combine it, Roger.
She will do that.
Yep.
Just give her 1 second, and Maya,
Yeah, I would just also add to make sure that it's clear in it what the tier 3 is for New York, because we have it explicit for Delaware and Florida. So the tier in terms of the percentage is 0.5 or 0.50. Thanks.
Thanks, Kirby.
you could read that motion into the record, Mr. Chair, that would be great.
All right, so now the motion we will be working on is move to modify section 3.1.1, option 3, to put Delaware and Florida in tier 2 at 0.25% and move New York into tier 3 at 0.5%. That's the motion. All right. Does anybody need to caucus on that?
I see no hands raised for caucus.
Okay. All right, then let's try this. Is there any objection to the motion?
I see no hands raised. Oh, hold on. There's one hand, Pat Gear. Is that an objection?
Okay. Go ahead, Pat.
Yes, it is. I mean, like I said, I'm not opposed to this, but I am opposed to approving this and moving forward with this document without seeing the updated numbers.
Okay. All right. So do we need to, since we do have one objection, we just
Then vote. Yep.
do you need to go to get everybody to vote then?
I believe that's what we should do.
I think so. Okay. Then everyone in favor of the motion, go ahead and raise your hand.
Just letting the hand settle. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, Florida, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Georgia, Maine, Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Carolina, Maryland, New Hampshire, New York, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission.
Okay.
I will clear the deck for everyone. 1 second. Okay, I'm
Then
ready.
all opposed to the motion?
It's Virginia. I'll clear
Okay.
the deck.
All right. Abstentions?
NOAA, Fish and Wildlife Service, and South Carolina.
All right. Any no votes? Well, we didn't caucus. Okay.
No.
Yeah, gotcha.
Support
All
anyway.
right. Well, then that motion passes. All right. Well, that's a lot of time invested in getting to one motion. Okay, but thank you. I mean, this is important to do this right. Okay.
Mr.
Kirby?
Chair, Mr. Chair, just for the record, those in favor, it was 15 votes, against was 1 vote, and 3 abstained.
All right, thanks for that. Then in terms of moving forward, Kirby, have we got any other motions that people have already submitted that might be worth kind of moving with?
My suggestion would be is if there's any additional motions folks had to section 3.1.1, and if not, we can move on to any motions folks have for section 3.1.2.
Thanks. So anything else for 3.1.1 in terms of motions that you've thought about or may have already submitted for consideration? Any hands?
I don't have hands. One hand, Justin Davis.
Okay, Justin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to make a quick comment relative to my comments earlier about potentially adding in a sub option to clarify the decision point about how to allocate any quota freed up by the tiered minimum approaches. I just wanted to state that I actually don't now think that is necessary. Given that it's actually apparent when thinking about it, any set aside for the episodic events program or for minimum allocation all happens upstream of allocation out to the states under 3.1.2. Sort of by default, any fish we free up from the tiered minimum approaches are first available to the episodic set aside or any other set aside we create. So I I think it would help in the document to just sort of maybe clarify that at the end of section 3.1.1 that, you know, essentially any quota freed up by adopting one of the tiered minimum approaches, you know, is going to by default be allocated according to 3.1.2 unless some other option in the document is selected that creates new set asides that could take advantage of that freed up quota. So I think that might just be helpful in clearing up to the public what's going on there, because I have heard some comments from the public that they're not clear on what's happening there.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Justin. And I guess that's sort of direction to staff to just consider some verbiage in there to help clarify a little bit for the public.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. We have that noted, so that will be modified in the document.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else on 3.1.1,
I have one hand. Sorry, Mel.
Yep.
Allison Colden has her hand up.
Allison, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been debating all morning whether I should hold this comment for later, but it directly relates to Justin's comment just now, and that is I had the same question requesting the same clarification or the addition of a sub-option under EESA where the PDT recommended that it is an option the board could consider to make the freed up quota part of the EESA. So I wasn't sure if we should bring that up now or if it's going to be added as an explicit option under this section, or if it would be appropriate to add it as an explicit option under the EESA section. So I guess I just want to flag that I had the same concern, and I think that there's multiple places it could go. And at this point, not sure how best we should attack that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. Kirby, you have a sense of the best approach for there in terms of how to maybe it's just a matter of further clarification in the document or explanation.
Yeah, you know, the plan development team thought about this a little bit, and my read right now is it probably would make sense for this to be taken up if you want to add it as an option in the episodic section, because as noted, that doesn't affect what the percentages the states get. It just affects what the poundage is. So I think that would be the most appropriate place for it.
Okay, so we'll revisit that when we get to the episodic. Okay. All right, anything else in 3.1.1?
Rob LaFrance.
Hey, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to also express my great thanks to Kirby for the wonderful work he's done with the commission. It's been a pleasure working with him. Just in terms of talking about the clarification, it might be really helpful to, once we redo these numbers, to show for each one of the different options just what the percentage would be. So that, for example, we changed a little bit how you know, we went from 0.5 to 0.1 and we had numbers in between. It would just be helpful, I think, in clarifying how much percentage of the overall TAC is now relieved, if you will, in each one of them. So I see this up here, for example, like under the two-tiered approach, what does that get us versus option 1? And what does it get us versus option 3, just as a percentage? So if, for example, if everybody, there's 8%, if everybody, I think 8% of these, of the minimum allocations is what we get at 0.5, what would those numbers be under option 2 and option 3? I just think that will help the public understand how much we're talking about in terms of the overall TAC. Thank you.
Yeah, a percentage-based thing. Okay. Kirby, is that something, again, we can address by just simply explaining things a little bit more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have that noted to make that change, and maybe Rob can follow up with us on the staff level to make sure we've captured that to his satisfaction. Okay,
good. Thanks, Rob. Good point. All right, nothing else on 3.1.1. We can move on to 3.1.2 related to, now we're into, I guess that is technically step 2. We're discussing the time frame issues. Do we have any motions related to any possible changes or deletions of things under 3.1.2?
Megan Ware.
Megan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had sent in a motion to staff. And the motion is to remove the 3 options that were starred by the PDT for removal. So that's move to remove from draft addendum 1 in section 3.1.2, option 2, 2009 to 2020, option 4, second highest year, option 6B, weighted allocation timeframe 6B, 2009 to 2012, and 2017 to 2020. And if I get a second, I can provide some rationale.
Okay, can we get a second to that motion?
John Clark.
John Clark, thank you. Go ahead, Megan, if you'd like to explain a little.
All right, so I'm trying to help the PDT and the public out here by taking a lot of these options out that I just don't think are totally viable. And to speak to each of these, option 2, the document notes that the 2009 to 2020 timeframe may not reduce the need for transfers or reliance of states on the episodic events program or small scale provision. So I just don't see this option aligning with the objectives of the addendum. Option 4, I think people know that I had been the one advocating, at least for the concept of this idea. I think in reality, what the numbers show is that this option serves 15 out of 16 states very well, but unfortunately one state, that state being Virginia, takes the brunt of that reduction. So I think we can take this one out. And then option 6B is one of the weighted allocation options. As Kirby mentioned, these produce a lot of iterations, so I do think it's prudent to pick one. I prefer the 2009, 2011, and 2018, 2020 option because I think it really clearly builds off of our existing allocation timeframe to include more recent landings information.
All right, thanks for that, Megan. And remember, this is also just basically aligning with recommendations from the PDT. So discussion of the motion.
For board members, I have Connor McManus and Joe Cimino.
Okay, Connor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express my support for the motion. Megan spoke to all the reasons that I was originally going to, probably more eloquently than I could have. So I just summarizing, in the effort to try and streamline the document and improve its clarity for the public, as well as in some instances remove some optics for arbitrary options within there. I think that this would be in the best interest of the addendum. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Connor. Joe?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I support where Megan is going with this and all of the rationale that the PDT put in here. I would prefer to see option 6A removed and keep in 6B, which is a slightly longer time frame. We've got a lot of interannual variability over the years, and 2012 was the first year before the quota was put in. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of discussion on this motion. So I am interested in making an amendment to do that.
All right, if we don't have, Tony, you got any other hands just discussing the motion before we maybe tinker with it?
I don't have any board members. There is one member of the public.
Well, we did say that if we got into the motions, we could allow that. If it is pertinent to the motion, I don't mind allowing just some very brief comment, but it needs to be brief and focused exactly on the motion.
Okay. Jeff Kalin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jeff Kalin with Lund's Fisheries in Cape May, New Jersey, and I'm also an advisor. We've been in the Menhaden fishery for decades, and and sell into a number of fisheries from Maine all the way around to Texas. So I wanted to give a shout out to Kirby also. I've worked with him for a long time, as all of you have. He's done a great job. And unfortunately, though, when we had the AP meeting, we only got to see this document the day before, and we did not see the PDT recommendation to remove the options in Ms. Ware's motion. Otherwise, I think, I know I would have commented more directly on the concern, and I appreciate what Joe just brought up, because what 6B does, we've asked for many years to have 2012 catches be part of these formulas. You know, back in 2011, when or 2012, when the amendment was first put into place and the quotas went in, we didn't know what the 2012 catches were, so 2011 was used. But it turns out that in 2012 we landed about 80 million pounds of Menhaden in New Jersey, and in 2013 we were down to like 45 million pounds. So my point is, we've never really caught up to where we were. We're still not whole, in other words, to where we were before that, before the quotas were implemented. And, you know, as we stated at the AP, that, you know, since 2013, states with directed fisheries have worked within their quotas and not used transfers to increase their share of coastwide landings, even though fish remained in the area after we shut down. There's all kinds of Menhaden year round down here. So we're sympathetic to Maine, but I think, you know, if 6B could be retained, that will help us. And you know, the work group agreed to put 2012 in here. And we had many lovely summer afternoons together talking about this. So I imagine that Mr. Semino will make a motion to amend Ms. Ware's motion, and if we can retain 6B, I think that helps the states that have been in the fishery the longest, that have the greatest amount of history. We've already given quota up over the last several years through this process. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Well, thanks, Jeff, and we appreciate your participation in the AP. That is important, so we do appreciate that input. Okay, with that, Joe, do you want to make a motion to amend?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks. I would like to move to amend, and all I would be doing is striking option 6B and replacing with option 6A.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think that would be motion to substitute 6B with 6A, right? I think I'm doing that correctly. I could be wrong.
Tony, I actually Googled. I really tried,
okay.
But I'm not going to overrule you.
Well, if you Google Joe, then you can stick with it.
Because he's inserting a different, let's see.
But it's only in that one, right? It was only that one.
Right.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah. Yes. Well, yeah, that makes sense.
And if I get a second, I would like one more chance to, say something to it.
Okay. So it says move to amend to remove option 6B and replace with option 6A. Is that it, Joe?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Justin Davis.
Justin, thank you. Okay, so Joe, go ahead and speak to your motion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what Jeff Kalin brought up was probably the most important element. But again, I think we just have a history of when we do these weighted time series to try and incorporate a good number of years. And excuse me, Mr. Chair, just to be a little tongue in cheek, I also want to say that, I think we're probably trying to make this meeting as painful as possible to Kirby. That if you remember that scene from Harry and the Hendersons, really to get him to leave. I kind of feel like that's what we're doing today. So I felt like that was another important reason to add this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Joe. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. We've heard from Joe explanation. A little input regarding this from an AP member. Further discussion of the motion, and this is a motion to amend.
Mr. Chair, this is Kirby.
Yeah.
Appreciate Joe's comments. I think it would be helpful to just make sure in this amended motion that we have the time frame for option 6A in there. So that would be 2009 to 2011 and 2018 through 2020. But in all fairness, everything that you guys are saying, I want you guys to enjoy this document to the fullest extent possible when it's approved.
This document could be your gift that keeps on giving, Kirby. I don't know. We're just maybe playing with this forever. Now we're gonna get this done. We're gonna take one for Kirby and we're gonna get it done. All right, yeah, good point. I'm assuming that's fine with you, Joe, putting the dates in. That makes sense. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. I wasn't quick enough to add that myself. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why Kirby is Kirby. Okay. All right. Any other discussion of the motion here to amend?
For commissioners, we have Pat Gear and Connor McManus. I don't know, Connor, if your hand was left over or not.
So Pat, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Chairman. I'm sorry. My concern is, I just want to comment to what Jeff Kalin said. I sympathize with wanting to use more years and look at certain years because things are different. But in that same regard, 2020, because of COVID, dramatically impacted the states differently. And here in Virginia, our fleet was shut down for COVID protocol for over 39 days. So, adding 2020 into this, and we've talked about this from the very beginning, is not really representative of Virginia's fishery.
Okay. Good point. Who did you have after Pat? Tony?
I had Connor, but he put his hand down, so I'm assuming it was left over, and now I have Megan Ware.
Okay, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Joe bringing some levity to the board meeting. I needed a good laugh there. I'm going to speak against the motion to amend. I think option A, which is 2009 to 2011, really clearly builds off of our existing allocation to incorporate new years, which is one of the goals of this addendum. And then I'll also note, I believe New Jersey sees increases in their quota under both sub-option 6A and 6B. So I see both options as being wins for New Jersey. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Any other comments on the motion to amend?
Cherie Patterson.
Cherie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am going to oppose the amended motion. Also, I thought the whole premise of pretty much of this amendment was to pay more attention to more recent years as opposed to anything further back. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Again, what I'm looking for are comments specifically to this motion to amend.
You have one member. We have one member of the public.
All right. If it's specifically to this motion to amend and we need to keep it to like 1 minute, I can go ahead and entertain that.
All right. Tom Lilly.
Go ahead, Tom.
Tom, you need to unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to make sure you were going to allow some public comment on a proposed amendment to that we suggest that's in the general nature, and also a comment on the way that you're proceeding. All right.
Right now, we're just looking for comments related to this particular motion to amend. So.
Okay, so hopefully you can call on me a little bit later.
At an appropriate point, if it makes sense within what we're talking about, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments related to this specific motion to amend?
No additional hands.
Okay, well then let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor of the motion to amend, raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, can we have 60 seconds for caucus?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I myself.
Yeah, I agree. We need caucus.
Yeah, go ahead. Take a minute if you.
The
Red.
minute, I was gonna say the minute was up. If anybody needed more time, no one has raised their hand.
More time, just raise your hand real quick.
I don't see any hands.
Okay. All right. Then we've had our caucus time. Then we'll go ahead. Then we have a motion to amend to remove option 6B and replace with 6A as described there with the dates. All in favor of that motion to amend, raise your hand, please.
Just gonna let the hand settle for a second. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, North Carolina, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I will put the hands down 1 second. All right, I'm ready.
All right. All opposed to the motion to amend?
Just letting the hands settle. I have New York, Massachusetts, Maine, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and New Hampshire. I will put the hands down. I'm ready.
All right. All any abstentions?
I have Florida, South Carolina, Georgia, NOAA, and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
No votes?
Let me put the hands down first before we ask for nulls. Okay, now we can have nulls.
There are no votes.
I have 1 null vote, Connecticut.
Okay. So I guess you kept the total there. I didn't.
Kirby, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have 6 in favor, 6 against, 5 abstentions, and 1 null. Is that what you counted?
Sorry, I missed the in favor. I have 6 against, as you noted. I have 5 in abstention and 1 null.
Okay, do we need to clarify the in favor, Tony?
I had 6.
Yeah, I actually made little 6 little tick marks here. So.
And Maya also counted 6 as well. So I think we're
okay. Okay, so we have a tie.
I believe in Robert's rules that the motion would fail for lack of majority.
Correct.
That sounds familiar. Okay.
We have Joe Semino with his hand up.
Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's certainly Robert's rules, and that was certainly an interesting vote. And I regret not trying to take a second bite at the apple on before we voted, because I was really confused by 2 of the comments against. One was that 2020 was included in this motion, but 2020 is in the original as well. That wouldn't change anything. And the other is that we're not moving into a more recent time period. I'm also very confused at how that would change because, again, the most recent years are in there. It's simply a longer time series. So I realize we're back to the main motion, but I don't know if anyone has any other way to attempt to get 6B back, or to attempt to look at this again, because it seemed like some of the folks against were confused, and that was an awful lot of abstentions. Thank you.
Right. I agree, Joe. Okay, so procedurally right now, I guess we are back with the main motion in front of us. So perhaps even discussing the points you just brought up under discussion of the main motion. Any further discussion of the main motion as it stands right now?
Justin Davis.
Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess in response to the comments Joe just made, would it be within bounds at this point to make a motion to amend to just remove option 6B from this motion, thereby keeping 6A and 6B in the document for now and sending both out for public comment? Because it's apparent that there's pretty divided opinion on which of these options is the best path forward.
So I follow you. So if by removing 6B from this, we keep them both in and they're still, okay. All right, any further discussion, thoughts on that approach?
I have, I mean, it's certainly the prerogative of the board, but I have Dennis Abbott followed by Tom Foti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Davis's comments, I think my interpretation of Robert's rules is that we've already voted down the previous motion, and I don't think that we can resurrect parts of that motion. In my interpretation of Robert's rules, if someone wanted reconsideration, it would have to come from somebody on the prevailing side of the motion to ask for reconsideration, but I don't think the suggestion of Mr. Davis is proper at this time. That's only my opinion and my interpretation of Robert's rules. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. I think though that does sound logical, and I think you've got more experience with that than I. So I think where we are right now is we've got this motion, we've come back to it. We need to clear this, and then any additional thing we want to do after that would be an entirely separate action. If I'm correct. Yeah.
Bob put his hand up, but then he put it back down. He has his hand up, so.
Okay. Bob?
Wait.
Just waving around over here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to comment. I think where Justin may have been going is different than where Joe Cimino and others were going. In other words, I think Justin was saying remove the consideration of anything to do with option 6A or B out of this motion and limit this motion to option 2, limit this motion to removing option 2 and option 4 from section 3.1.2. So if that's where Justin was going, I would argue that is in bounds. You know, the board made some motions and substitutions and other things to keep all three options or keep three options in this motion for consideration. But it sounds like if I understood Dr. Davis correctly, he was saying maybe let's just take out that third bullet altogether, simplify this motion, and just have it deal with option 2 and 4. Options 6A and 6B would remain in the document for public comment. And I would think that would be in bounds because it is a different strategy than what the substitute motions or motion that was just addressed by the board was dealing with. But that's, again, as Dennis said, just my interpretation.
Yeah, and I'm struggling with that in terms of what procedurally, usually what happens is if you have an amendment, motion to amend, you deal with that, and then if you move one direction, if it becomes the main motion, and then if it doesn't, then you generally move right back to the motion you had. But that's where I'm, I guess Dennis had one interpretation, you've got another. I mean, if we can do that, it would require then us to amend this motion before we vote on it. right? So someone would have to, I mean, that procedurally, that's what we would need to do, is there'd have to be a motion to amend it.
That would be my advice. If someone is interested in removing the third bullet from this one, yeah, a motion to amend would be in order.
Yeah. Okay. Well, why don't we entertain that then? I'm not the Roberts expert, but I think basically we've established a clear record of the rationale here and what we're trying to achieve. So if someone would like to make a motion to amend, then we'll entertain that.
I have in my list Tom Fody, Justin Davis, Lynn Fagley.
So I'm thinking to get to the point right here, and Tom's hand was already up. Maybe Justin, were you going to kind of move us forward in kind of what we were just discussing?
Yeah, that was my intent, Mr. Chairman. I could make that motion at this time if you'd
like me to. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do that.
So I would move to amend to remove option 6B, weighted allocation time frame 6B 2009 through 2012 and 2017 through 2020.
Okay, is there a second for that motion to amend?
Tom Fody?
Yes.
Well, go ahead, Tom. I suspect you had something else before that, but go ahead.
No, that's what I was going to do, is make the motion. But
good deal. Thank you. Bless you. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second discussion of this motion to amend. I think folks kind of follow what we were trying to do here. Is we're trying to get back to a little bit of where we were heading. It's not the perfect way to do it, but I think it's getting us moving towards something folks seem to kind of agree on a little bit. So, any discussion of this motion to amend?
I think that Dr. Davis and Mr. Fody had their hands up residual. So unless those weren't residual hands, I have Lynn Fagley.
Okay, Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is, given the conversation, the best way to go. I would say that also, given the commentary, if this motion carries and becomes the main motion, I would ask the board maybe to start thinking about within the weighted options about the potential of removing the options in both 6A and 6B that weight 75% toward history. So removing the options that more heavily weight toward the past, just so that we take something out for the sake of the public. And because of the intent of the addendum, which is to, more reflect recent fishery. So I'm just going to put that out there right now for people to put in their brains and leave it there.
Thanks for that, Lynn. Good point. All right. Any further discussion of this motion to amend?
No hands.
Okay, no hands. Does anybody feel they need to caucus before we vote on this?
Yes, please. 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, well, take a minute. All right, assuming everybody's had sufficient time to caucus, and we'll go ahead and vote. All right, so what we're voting on is the motion to amend to remove option 6B, as you're looking at it there. All in favor of the motion to amend, raise your hand.
Just letting the hand settle here. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, Florida, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Carolina, Maryland, New Hampshire, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I will put the hands down.
All right. Maybe I should have done this a different way, but we're okay. Okay. Anybody opposed to the motion, raise your hand.
Virginia and Maine.
No. Okay. Any abstentions?
NOAA and Fish and Wildlife Service and South Carolina.
All right. And any null votes?
No null votes.
Okay. So then the motion carries. We would put the results up there.
Yeah, my count is 13 in favor, 2 against, 3 abstentions, 0 null.
Okay, thanks, Kirby. All right, so then that motion carries. So then we're going to need to modify we're going to need to just make a modification to what will be the motion, the main motion that we'll be voting on now, which would be simply removing that language there, right? Okay, so now we have the main motion, which is the modified former motion. So, which is to remove from draft addendum 1 in section 3.1.2 options 2 and option 4 only. All right, so that's the motion. Does anybody need to caucus on that?
I have Tom Fody with his hand up.
It's not the caucus, but doesn't have to become not the motion of Mrs. Ware and Mr. Clark. It just becomes the motion.
Correct.
So
right. Yeah, this is what. Oh yeah. Okay. Good. All righty. Thank you. Nobody needs to caucus.
Nope.
Is there any opposition to the motion?
I see no hands raised in opposition, but NOAA and Fish and Wildlife Service have asked me to note their abstentions. So, Mayo, when you write the write out, however, Mel announces it, if you could just note those abstentions.
Yeah, and I guess technically, Tony, then I've been abstaining, so I guess I should abstain as well.
Up to you. You don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, just for consistency's sake. Fine. All right. So then we have whatever the number is in favor, and we just have 3 abstentions. So then the motion passes.
Mel, you can just say motion carries without objection.
Motion carries without objection.
With 3 abstentions.
3 abstentions.
Yep.
All right. There you go. All right. Thank you. That's a little progress. Moving along then. We're still under the heading of dealing with step 2 timeframe stuff. Any additional motions related to potentially removing things?
I have Sheree Patterson.
Okay. Sheree, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, can we place a motion I'd like to place a motion to eliminate, you kind of moved it on me. Eliminate sub-option 3 from both options 6A and 6B.
Okay, let's switch screens and get that up there, Sheree.
Can you just sub-option 3? Sub-option. Yeah. Sub-option 3 to both 6A and 6B. And that would be sub-option as opposed, would it be? That's okay.
Does that cover it, Sheree?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
we might, this is Kirby. I think it might, just to have it clear on the record, it's moved to eliminate sub option 3. The weighting is 75% / 25%. And again, that's what we're talking about here is 75% for the older time frame and 25% for the newer time frame. And then the options, as noted, are for 6A, that's 2009 through 2011, and 2018 through 2020. And then 6B is 2009 through 2012, and then 2017 through 2020 in section 3.1.2.
It's on page 13 of the document. Okay. Back to when you're ready.
And I have Lynn with her hand up. I assume she's seconding.
Yes, please.
Okay, Sheree, that looks like what you want. And Lynn, if you are seconding that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kirby, for perfecting that.
Okay, Lynn, were you seconding that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have the motion before you for consideration. I have a second discussion of this motion.
Sheree, Tom Fody, and Pat Gear.
Okay, Sheree, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was residual.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to provide some rationale or you're thinking in there.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my rationale would be to focus more on recent years and less on past years. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. Tom?
Yeah, this seems like a second bite, but I'll leave that at that. Basically, we're talking about going out to public hearings, and I'll reiterate what I said yesterday during striped bass. We're sitting here nitpicking again a document we've been going over. We should leave this, go to public hearings. That's what they're supposed to do. And there might be a lot of people feeling like they want to be based on past history. That's not wrong. That should be in the document. We should be weighing all those things that can be weighed into this document. So to arbitrarily rule one that's better for you than the other, then we should start going through, we can wind up going through all the ones that's better for one state to another. I think this is an exercise in futility if we just don't go, we just go into public hearings, and then we have this debate when the comments from the public hearings come back. I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Tom. Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't support this motion. It minimizes historical performance in the fishery, and as I pointed out before, it weighs heavily on the most recent data. And as I pointed out, 2020 was a COVID year, and the data from that year, the landings from that year, are not representative of the fishery as a whole. So I cannot support this motion as written. I could get behind a motion of a 50-50 split. That would be most equitable to me, but I cannot support this. And I said this when we went through this last time as well. So I cannot support this.
All right, thanks, Pat. So we've had speaking to the motion, a couple opposed. Anyone else want to speak in favor of the motion?
I have no other hands.
No other hands. Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Period.
No hands.
No hands. All right. Then I think I know what we need to do. Then all in favor. Go. First of all, does anyone need to caucus?
I have hands for caucus.
Okay, let's take a minute to caucus. All right, that's 1 minute to caucus. Everybody finished with the caucus. All right, I have a hand up or from a member of the public, I can give you 1 minute, Tom, to say something specifically to this motion.
Sorry, he was muted by me.
Okay,
Can you hear me? It's not on this motion. I just wanted to make sure you could give me a chance to say something. Not on this motion. It cuts across
we'll
everybody.
get to it. I'm trying to just move through these motions. But yes.
Right.
All right, we've caucused. Let's vote. All in favor of this motion, raise your hand, please.
Just letting the hands settle. I have Rhode Island, New York, Florida, Massachusetts, Georgia, Maine, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maryland, New Hampshire, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I will put the hands down.
All right, the hands are cleared. All opposed to the motion, raise your hand.
Just letting the hands settle. I have New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Virginia.
All right, abstentions?
Hold on, before we do abstentions, let me clear the other hands.
I'm sorry.
Quick.
Um,
Sorry. Okay, now I'm ready for abstentions.
Okay, abstentions.
I have South Carolina, Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA.
All right, thank you. Any null vote, letter clear?
I am clear.
Null votes?
No null votes.
Okay. All right, so then the motion passes. And the score is whatever.
I have 11 in favor, 4 against, 3 abstentions.
All right, motion passes, 11 in favor, 4 against, 3 abstentions, and no nulls.
You have Pat here with his hand up.
And go ahead, Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to create another motion, move to eliminate sub-option 1, weighted 25%, 75% to both 6A, 2009, 2011, and the 2018 through 2020, and 6B, 2009 through 2012, and 2017 through 2020.
Is that, they're going to need to type that, I guess. You haven't sent that in? Okay. No problem.
Yeah, just give us a second. I'll help Maya out with this. It's the opposite of what we just did. So in terms of the percentages, sub-option 1, 75% for the older time frame and 75% for the newer time frame from option 6A. Again, we'll give Maya a moment to maybe put in those time frames for 6A and 6B.
Kirby, I think it might help Maya if you just read very slowly what she needs to write.
You could have just copied it from the last one and then inverted the numbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. So just give us a minute while we get that up on the screen.
Genius.
And if I get a second, I'll give an explanation why.
All right, thanks, Pat.
And again, this is in
Is that worded correctly?
This is in section 3.1.2.
Okay. So is that it, Pat? Looks good?
That looks correct.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion?
Craig Pugh.
Okay, Craig, second. Thank you. All right. So, Pat, would you like to go ahead and speak to the motion then?
I just think keeping, shifting the weighting that far is not appropriate this time. I think, I can live with a 50-50 split. I mean, it's treating the older data equally as the newer data, and there's a historical performance there, and I think that this is just a dramatic shift. So if we're going to remove the one, I want to remove both weighting factors. I just want to have an equal weighting factor. This is what we're going to do, a 50-50 split. I think this is the fairest thing between all the states. It treats states that have a historical fishery equally as the states that are having emerging and newer fisheries.
All right, so Pat's explained the rationale there. Any other discussion of the motion? For, against, either way?
I have Nicola Meserve and Joe Semino.
Okay, Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I struggle with Mr. Gear's rationale a little bit, just based on the fact that there is an option that puts 100% of the weighting on 2018 to 2020 option A3 in the document. So, this option is a step down from that. I'd like to see it maintained in the document. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nicola. Joe?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now I'll turn it back over. I'm struggling with this, and we'll certainly need some time to caucus on it. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Justin Davis and then Dennis Abbott.
Okay, Justin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can appreciate Pat's rationale for this motion. I think what's unfortunate about the motion we just passed in, if we were to pass this motion, is that it takes flexibility away when it comes time for final action. When I look at these things, I always think about, we're creating bookends, and the board always has the option to adopt something that's within the range of what's considered. So, if we were to pass this option, now we're left with simply one sub option under 6A and 6B, which I think would be unfortunate. It's taking away flexibility from the board when it comes to final action time. So I think because of that, I didn't support the last motion, and I think for the same reason I wouldn't support this motion.
All right. Let's see. Did I run out of people?
Dennis Abbott.
Dennis, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill. I'm opposed to this motion. Getting rid of this takes us away from where we're trying to go with this plan. Because when we read the statement of the problem, it tells us that we're trying to realize that the dynamics in the commercial Menhaden fishery have changed, and we're trying to address that. But yet at the same time, we want to have more of a reliance on past history. We can't always live on past history. We have to be closer to current history. And that's what we're trying to achieve here. So therefore, I'm opposed to this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dennis.
Tom Poach. And then Craig Pugh.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tom.
My problem with this, when you basically passed the last motion, you started down the slippery slope. When everybody's looking to do it, see what is advantaging in them. And I'm not concerned. I'm going to caucus with Joe over whether we support this. But I didn't support the last motion, but I might support this one.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Craig?
Yes, Dennis spoke to the future. The past has been important to us. Virginia has been a great provider of menhaden for most of the southern states, from Florida to at least New Jersey, possibly up into New York. When we take away from that past history of doing business on the commercial end, it seems as though there's been a bit of an attempt at a power grab of our allocation, and the dependability and the affordability of that bait consumption. That would be my reason for supporting Mr. Gear's motion.
All right, thanks. We've heard some for and some against. Just keep in mind, in the interest of time and trying to get everything done that we need to today. I'm not feeling that we're going to maybe achieve our primary goal here, but we do have some other items we need to cover as well. And I've been told we can maybe squeak this till 12:30, but that's all the time we're going to have. So I'd like to go ahead, and we've heard some pro and con on this. I'd like to go ahead and allow you to caucus if you need to caucus. Give you a minute, and then we can come back and dispense with this motion. All right. Hopefully everyone's had time to caucus. All right. And let's go ahead and vote on this. Have the motion in front of you. Move to eliminate sub option 1 with all the additional verbiage there. You're looking at it. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
I have Delaware and Virginia. I will put the hands down.
Hands down. All opposed to the motion?
Just letting the hands settle. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, Florida, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Georgia, Maine, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maryland, New Hampshire, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission.
Okay.
Hands are down.
Hands are down. Then abstentions.
I have South Carolina, NOAA, and Fish and Wildlife Service. Hands are down.
No votes.
No votes.
Righty, no votes. Then that motion fails.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it was 2 in favor, 13 against, and 3 abstentions based on my count.
Okay, motion fails. 2 in favor, 13 against, 3 abstentions, no nulls. All right, thank you. All right. Other motions, we've got some time still. Other motions related to things that we can do with the document right now to help it work towards public comment. I guess we had some other motions in the motion box there, Kirby. I don't recall, but again, we're still under 3.1.2.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it appears you have Erica Burgess with a hand raised.
Okay, Erica.
I think that may have been an error.
Oh,
unless
No, I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm used to. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to remove option 5 from 3.1.2, and that's the moving average option.
All right, we'll get that on the board. America, remove option 5.
And I have Pat Gear as a second.
And Pat Gear seconds. Thank you very much. So we have a motion to remove option 5 under 3.1.2, seconded by Mr. Gear. Discussion of the motion. Erica, would you like to speak to the motion first?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think that this is an option that the board needs to have a serious discussion about. I think that an option like this will have the potential to be very disruptive to the fishery. It also incentivizes a race to fish and could lead to us exceeding the TAC. We've already spoken today about the intent to revisit allocations every 3 years would be in place. So I don't know that this moving average option is the best fit for this addendum. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Erica. Other discussion of the motion to remove option 5 under 3.1.2.
I have Lynn Fagley and then Megan Ware.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would not support this motion. I think this actually has some ability to help us manage this thing over the long term, since these fish do have a pattern of changing distribution up and down the coast. It'll maybe help us be a little more adaptive without having to go through this agony over and over again. However, to Ms. Burgess's point, I think there's probably some clarifications that could be made, as including the fact that quota overages would not be included in a running average. So that's to say that if state exceeds its state quota, just blows over the quota, that would not be included in that average calculation. I think there's a few clarifications we could make, but I would not support removing it from the document. I think the public needs to kind of hear about this. It's sort of a new and creative way to handle things.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would oppose this motion at this point. I think this is actually a really unique option that I would be interested in hearing public feedback on, specifically because it is kind of self-correcting. I know one of the concerns or one of the topics that we had in the work group last summer was, is the Menhaden biomass in New England here to stay, or is this, a 10-year trend that changes after that decade? And I think this type of option would actually consider the movement of Menhaden. It would, if Menhaden were to leave New England, this would self-correct and that quota would go back to the New England or the Mid-Atlantic states. So I think there's really some cool features, I'll say, about this option that I would like to keep it in.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Megan.
Connor McManus, David Borden, and Joe Semino.
Okay, Connor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also in opposition to the motion. I think this is, in this section, one of the options that could potentially best speak to the goals that we're trying to achieve here. I won't repeat Lynn and Megan, but I guess, again, the ability to dynamically allow for quota to be with the resource and its availability is a really appealing option that I would greatly appreciate the public's input on. I also, just speaking to its title of the moving average, I think its goal of trying to not have abrupt shifts from year to year by using a window for averaging across several years as you move is very helpful. And I also, for states with some of the perhaps smaller quotas, thinking about that fixed minimum that's also there is important when thinking about the moving average in terms of what type of variability you may even see for catch from year to year. So for all the reasons there, as well as what's been discussed on, I oppose the motion to remove.
Okay, thanks. Was it David ahead next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I won't repeat what Lynn and Connor just said, other than the fact that we need to move in this direction. So on a number of species, because this moves allocations both north and south, depending upon what happens with the resource. So I think it's kind of a progressive way to address this. So I'm opposed to this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Joe, go ahead, and then I would ask anybody after Joe, if there's anybody else that wants to speak in favor of it, we could hear that, but we're going to need to move on this fairly quickly. Thank you. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Didn't realize it was in such a long queue. I'm in opposition for all the same reasons mentioned.
Gotcha. Okay. Anyone else have a different opinion here? We've kind of heard a lot of opposition. I just want to make sure we've allowed voice to those that might be in favor.
I have 3 hands, Rob LaFrance, Russell, and Erica.
Okay, Rob, is yours to speak in favor?
I guess I just wanted to mention the fact that the issue here is if you keep it in, I think it's really important that I think this was clarifying that Lynn mentioned. I just want to make certain that's clear that the way these things are going to work, if you go over your allocations, that's not going to be a benefit for you in the moving average. I just wanted to make that point. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who's next, Tony?
Russell?
Russell, go ahead.
Russ, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Sorry about that. You're just muted on your end. Russell, you're still muted on your end.
All right, we have a technical problem there.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Who was after Russ?
Erica was the last hand.
Okay, Erica, you want to follow up where you started?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
As I said when I first made this motion, I wanted the board to have a discussion on this, and I appreciate the discussion that was brought up today. I agree with Lynn that this needs to be clarified if it stays in the addendum, so that's fine with me. I appreciate the discussion that folks had. I also did want to point out it was contrary to the discussion earlier that folks wanted to revisit this every 3 years, but if that's not the intent, then I think that should also be part of this option.
Okay, thanks, Erica. All right, further, let's go ahead and dispense with this one. Does anybody feel they need to caucus?
I have hands up for caucus, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a minute.
Is that for caucus, Erica, or not? No, her hand is down. She did not need a caucus. So.
Okay, so if no one needs to caucus.
One caucus, sorry.
I'm sorry, you had one?
Yeah, Emerson has his hand up.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Go ahead, take a minute. Okay, assuming everyone that wanted to caucus has caucused, then let's go ahead and vote on this. Motion is to remove option 5 from 3.1.2. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
I have Florida and Virginia. I'm going to clear the hands. I'm ready.
All right, all opposed to the motion?
Just going to let the hand settle for a second. I have Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Georgia, Maine, Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Carolina, Maryland, New Hampshire, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I will clear the hand.
Clear the hands. Abstentions?
I have South Carolina, NOAA, and Fish and Wildlife Service.
All right, clear the hands. And any no votes?
No votes.
Okay, then the motion fails, and we'll put the score up there.
I have
motion fails.
Two in favor, 13 against, and 3 abstentions.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All righty. Looking at the clock and looking where we are, we still have some other items that we have to dispense with on the agenda. I'm not sure that we really have enough time to take a serious bite out of this. Kirby, what do you think? Is there some sort of low-hanging fruit, perhaps, from what you're seeing, we could take a swing at?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's the pleasure of the board. If there's an interest in trying to push forward as far as you can, we can do that. There are 2 other sections to tackle: the episodic event set-aside program and incidental catch and small-scale fisheries. I have a presentation for each of those sections, as well as plan development team recommendations, AP comments, and then obviously any questions folks have on that. And I do know that there's some motions some folks have prepared for incidental catch and small-scale fisheries. So it's your guys' call how far you guys want to get today on that.
Gotcha. I'd kind of maybe ask Bob and maybe even Chairman Spud here. I realize we're going to be pushing into other things, but we don't have a tremendous. Hopefully nobody's catching a flight today. But Bob, you got any feedback on kind of best approach here? We can kind of we could wrap this up, move on the rest of the agenda, try to get all done by a little after 12:30, but I think we're kind of out. I think we've perhaps exhausted our time.
Yep. Thanks, Mel. I'll chime in and Spud can correct me if he disagrees. It seems to make sense to keep pushing a little bit and see. Well, let me back up a little bit. It's becoming clear that the document may not be ready for final approval at this meeting, and the PDT is going to have to go back and do some more work. So, if there's areas that Kirby and others on the PDT think they really might need some more guidance on or are critically important for moving forward, we should focus on those. But, I think going a little bit later, 1 o'clock or so, maybe even, we get done with business session at 3:30, I think it is today. So, we've got a schedule to get done relatively early, but I know we don't want to push it too late. So I'd say, see what you can get done maybe by 1 o'clock, and that's really just a made up arbitrary time. If we get close to 1 o'clock and you need another 10 or 15 minutes, I'd say push through, but that's just my opinion. And the chairman can obviously change that if he wants.
Okay. Spud, you got any guidance there? I think I'm fine with trying to move to 1. I think I would recommend right now at this point of inflection, maybe we take 5 minutes for a bio break, come back and see what we can get done, plus the rest of the agenda items.
I'm fine with that, Mel. I think, as Bob said, focus on the things that will help the PDT improve the document, because I don't believe that there's no way we're going to get it to the point of going out to the public. These next issues, in some ways, can be even more contentious than what we've already dealt with. So I'm fine with us going through 1 p.m. and hopefully use that remaining time most fruitfully. And then, we don't have a looming hard deadline on this document. Even if we push back into May, hopefully complete it for public input in May, get final approval in August, we'll still be in a position to use the results of this addendum for 2023. So if that sounds good, I'd say proceed.
Good. Okay, what I'd like to do then is we'll take just five, and Kirby, just kind of give some thought to how best we can maybe tackle a couple of things or answer questions to better inform the PDT as we move forward, because being sensitive to the things that we're doing that they've got to then respond to. So, and I'll touch base with you in a second, but let's go ahead and take a quick five, folks. Thank you. Let's try to push on to see how far we can get in the document. It may be that there are some things that are a little easier to work through, and we may be able to make a little bit more progress. We'll just see how much progress we can make in the time we have, because I'd really like to take advantage of particularly having Kirby's expertise on board as we work through this. So we left off, we were in 3.1.2. I don't know if there are, Kirby, do you have any other motions that people have sent in that would be applicable at this point, or should we push on to the next section, or what's your thoughts there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't, but there may, after this break, people might have had some additional items they want to adjust or change. So you might want to ask board members.
We have Nicola Meserve.
Okay, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a motion, but regarding the discussion about option 5, I was just hoping that for the next board meeting, the PDT could bring back its recommendation for which landings, under what category of landings would contribute to the 3-year moving average, whether quota overages count, whether episodic event set-aside landings count, just to make that option a bit more clear for the public. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Nicola. We'll just take that as direction to staff to make that happen. Any other hands right now?
Not from commissioners.
Okay, any commissioners have so no other motions related to 3.1.2?
Nope.
Okay, then let's, Kirby, do you want to move on to just move to the next section, or where do you think we can make the most progress, perhaps?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Maya putting this up. I think it's helpful just to, as a recap of what has been modified in the addendum thus far, just so people have this image in their head. Again, based off of the conversation today, there's going to be a number of edits to the allocation section to reflect those points brought forward by board members. So with no other changes to this section, we can move on to the episodic set-aside program section. That should go pretty quick, I think, but we'll see. So here, just again, quickly, the objective is to ensure sufficient access to the episodic changes in regional availability in order to minimize in-season disruptions and reduce the need for quota transfers. So next slide, we have really just 2 main items here in this section, which is under 3.2.1, increase the set aside. And as noted before, there's a request to increase the set aside up to 5%. That's option 2. And then the next subsection, Maya, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, that'd be great. Thank you. And the next subsection, 3.2.2, it's to establish the set aside during specifications. Now, I will admit we may have overlooked how to make this clear in the document, because really what this subsection is offering is if option 2 in 3.2.1 is selected, which is increasing up to 5%. Then, the second option under establishing the set aside during specifications makes sense. But if the board, for example, were to choose status quo and keep the set aside at 1%, then really the setting the set aside during specifications, would be moot. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to people. I'm sorry that wasn't as clearly indicated in the document, and with board consent, we can make sure that that's corrected in the document to be clear. So next we have no PDT recommendations, but there is AP comments, and I'll turn to Megan Lapp for that.
Okay.
Thanks, Kirby. Yeah, the AP had a discussion about this, and there were some AP members that recommended considering extending the states that qualify for episodic events to be all the states. The discussion around that was that episodic events can happen anywhere, particularly high abundance can happen in other states other than those north of New York. And there was also discussion about whether or not to keep episodic events as part of the management program if some of the other alternatives go forward.
All right. Thanks for that. We can see what the differences of opinion there, but that's the AP's, what came out of the AP's discussion.
So with that, if there's any questions from the board on this section, I'm happy to answer them now. And just again to note, if there aren't any motions to modify this section, we can move on to the incidental catch and small scale fisheries, but just putting that out there for people's consideration. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Kirby. So, yeah, following the pattern we've been following. So now any questions from board members related to this section for Kirby?
I have Rob LaFrance and then Allison Colden.
All right, Rob, go ahead.
I just want to follow up kind of what we started this whole discussion about, the difference as we move from allocations that were sort of basically the ones that were set aside, like the 5%. And when I say I should say 0.5%, the minimum allocations. I guess the question has always come up is, are we going to use those percentages to help increase up to 5%? Or are we just going to take a look at the whole of the TAC and then take 5% off the top and move things down the other way? And I think this was what Justin Davis was trying to get at. And I thought we were going to try and revisit that here and maybe get some discussion about that. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Are we going to take the savings that we've gotten from changing some of the minimum allocations, and are those something that would be made available for this program, or are we going to look at that a little differently? And I guess I'm just looking for some clarification from Kirby and from folks on the PDT about that.
All right, thanks, Rob.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. Thanks for bringing that up, Rob. And this is where I think this section is probably the best place to put it, because keep in mind that, for the fixed minimum, if the tiered approaches are not selected, then there isn't really a change to how much, so to speak, freed up quota could go to the episodic. But there can definitely be a move to increase that decision point in here if there is specific language that you all think should be put on the record at this point to make sure it's in there, or leave it at the discretion of the plan development team. Whatever your preference at this stage is fine. But yes, this is the section to make that note.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, Kirby. Allison?
Rob hit the nail on the head. I was just making sure that we were going to circle back to this exact point. I think the conversation we had earlier today was that the quota freed up, if a different fixed minimum was selected, would be reallocated amongst the states on the reallocation formula that is derived from this addendum. But we also have here in the EESA section that it could be used if an option was selected to increase the EESA. So I think maybe the clearest way to do that would be to add a sub option, but I defer to Kirby as to whether or not just including language here that it is an option to to put that towards the EESA or any other, a pot, if that's sufficient, or if we need to specifically add an option for the public to weigh in on in that regard.
Right. Thanks, Allison. What's your thoughts on that, Kirby? Modify language or actually add sub-options?
Well, if the board is fine with this approach, what I would suggest at this point is for the plan development team to start off with having a new subsection that obviously would be contingent on a decision made in the allocation fixed minimum specification. So if there is additional freed up quota, there would be options in there that would outline where that freed up quota would go. So we would add a new subsection to this part of the document.
At this point, this would be direction to the PDT to work on that and bring it back.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Does that make sense to everybody? Problems with that? Provide direction to the PDT to come back with that for us to the next meeting.
Kirby, I just want to, if Mel, it's okay if I ask one question just to make sure I understand.
Oh, yes.
Since Kirby will be gone. Kirby, what that essentially does is then when you take all the because then the freed up quota does not go into the allocations, that it could go two different directions, either to the ESSA or the allocations, then it basically doubles the number of options that it would be in the document. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a good question, Tony, that you bring up. It would increase the number of options. I'm thinking through this stuff on the fly a little bit, and as everyone is aware, it's a complicated document. But I do think that it would create a new set of options. So while I understand and appreciate the board's interest in wanting to add this, it actually might not make the most sense to do it here. Maybe the allocation section would be better. And with that understanding, the plan development team could move forward with drafting up that subsection and add it to the allocation section so that it's clear there what that would mean.
I mean, I think in either way, it doubles the number of options. Wherever you put it, it does do that. I just want to make sure it's clear to everybody that that's what will happen to the document.
Yeah, we're just kind of going in that direction again. But I understand, I mean, people are trying to get this right. But, that is the effect of that. But, so at this point, is it the pleasure of the board to direct staff to work on that? That's the direction we want to go?
I have Justin Davis and Jesse Hornstein.
Okay, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as the one who sort of opened this can of worms today to start with, just my advice after listening to all the discussion is that there should just be extra verbiage in section 3.1.1 that makes clear that unless the board takes action like adopting option 2 in this section or option 3 in the incidental catch small scale fisheries section, essentially options that create a new set aside or increase an existing set aside, that by default whatever quota is freed up by a new minimum allocation scheme will be allocated out according to the strategy in 3.1.2. I think it just should also be clear, my understanding is that the board could select option 2 here and increase the set aside for the episodic set aside program, even if we kept the status quo minimum allocation scheme. Like, it's not necessary to select one of the new minimum allocation schemes to free up quota to allow an increase to episodic set aside. The two things are independent, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so perhaps through additional verbiage at this point, rather than going through the whole evolution of creating a whole bunch of more options. Okay, Jesse?
Actually, it's Jim Gilmore, Hornstein again.
That's right. Sorry, Jim.
I wasn't on this, Mel. So I didn't have a comment on the current discussion. I had another thing I wanted to raise. So if you want to finish this first and come back to me, it's fine.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Jim, let's go ahead and see if we're going to move on this point. So Justin's point about perhaps we could address this through some additional clear verbiage that would help people understand, might avoid doubling options and that sort of thing. Does that make sense, Kirby?
I have Lynn vaguely with her hand up.
Okay. Well, Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was going to agree emphatically with Justin because it seems like doubling the number of options is the last thing we want to do, and it's going to be pretty hard for the public to track that. So if we can do it through just some clarifying language on the default fate of that quota, unless the board takes action or some such thing, I think that would be super good.
Okay. I think at this point, I mean, this isn't up to me, but I kind of like the idea of clarifying language. It would just be, do we have does Kirby feel we have enough, had enough discussion here in what our intent is for, them to basically be able to develop the language. So I would just kind of defer to Kirby on, do you think you have enough from us to understand what it is we're trying to get you to kind of work on in terms of clarifying, well, not you necessarily, but the development of some clarifying language?
Yes, I think so. And also keep in mind, we do have some plan development team members listening as well. And I think that is something this group can work towards and have some language written up. That being said, if there is suggested language that board members want to send staff after this meeting, we can definitely work off of that to put it in the document. So.
All right, great. Thank you. So we're still under the heading of 3.2. Anything else?
Jim Gilmore.
Okay, Jim.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. And question to Kirby: Did the PDT discuss any the issue about individual state caps on the episodic event? Because based upon the history of this, when we first started it, the episodic event was the 1%. We used very little of it, and as time went on, it became more and more of a need. And actually, New York got into it later. In the first year we were in it, New York had a cap for that first year. A little bit later, we checked into using the episodic event, and essentially it had said, well, it was all gone. One state had taken the entire episodic event cap, the episodic event quota. So at that point, it was like, well, this is kind of, we essentially have a race to fish on it now. And now that I see that there was a suggestion that we add southern states into it, it's probably at this point, so two parts of the question: did the PDT consider anything about putting caps on a state? And if they haven't, I mean, is it something maybe we want to talk about? Because if you're going to have now all 15 states going after the episodic event, I'm sorry, 5 states, sorry. No, there was a question. I'm talking to John was just made. I think there was a suggestion that we add the southern states into the episodic event quota. So if we're going to do that, do we need to consider having a cap on what a state could take? Obviously, if they take that cap and then there's left over from the other states, you can still share that, but that's something that has become an issue in the past. So anyway, Kirby.
Yes, thanks, Jim. So while the group discussed how to best account for different states landing different amounts under the episodic, there was no discussion, as you can see, explicit options in there about capping any state in terms of their ability to land on the quota. So I would say if there's an interest in doing that or increasing the states that can participate, we need to get that guidance on the record. I think ideally it would be a motion so it's very clear to everyone what's being added there in terms of how the episodic program would change moving forward potentially in this document.
All right. Thanks, Kirby. Is there a desire on the part of the board to do such? Feel it necessary?
I have no board members with their hand up.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we've had a lot of discussion on that. Okay. Then we're still in 3.2, 3.2.1. How about anything related to 3.2.2? Two options there. Any other motions related to this section, I guess, is what I'm saying at this point. We can kind of get through this section. That would be great.
No hands for episodic. Move on.
Everybody's getting hungry. Okay. Righty. Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have those changes noted that we will adjust by the plan development team's work. We'll move on to the last section in this document, which is the incidental catch and small scale fisheries provision. Again, the objective for this is to sufficiently constrain landings to achieve overall management goals of meeting the needs of existing fisheries, reducing discards, and indicating when landings can occur and if those landings are part of the directed fishery. Next slide. So there are 5 subsections here. I'm going to try to go through them as quickly as I can so that you guys have the information, and then we'll get to the plan development team recommendations. So first is, next slide, the timing of the incidental catch provision. As you all remember, there was a request to have a set of options that make more clear when a state can move into landing under this provision. So option 2 lays out that a sector, specific fishery, or gear type within a state, once they've met their sub-allocation, could go into the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision. Option 3 specifies that a state can only move into this provision once their state's allocation is met. And option 4 is the full closure of the state's allocation such that no incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision would continue. It would do away with this in the management program. The next subsection is permitted gear types. So there are 2 options in here that move beyond the status quo. Option 2 would outline that no purse seines would be allowed. All other small scale and non-directed gears would be maintained. Provision would apply to both of those categories. And for more information on the gear types specifically that would be allowed, please refer to the document. Please note that under this option as well, landings from the purse seine gear would count against the state's directed fishery quota. And then option 3 is to make this only non-directed gears. So again, under Amendment 3, what this means is that gear types such as pound nets, anchored, staked gill nets, drift gill nets, trawls, fishing weirs, pike nets, and floating fish traps would count towards this. Next section is 3.3.3, the trip limit for the directed small-scale fisheries. So to clarify here, based on the last board meeting, there was an indication to reduce the trip limit for the directed gear types. So option 2 would reduce it down to 4,500 pounds, and option 3 offers to reduce it down to 3,000 pounds. Please note that for the non-directed gear types, that trip limit would remain at 6,000 pounds. The next subsection is the catch accounting, and we have 3 options here that differ from the status quo. So right now, under status quo, the landings do not count against the state's quota or the total allowable catch. Option 2 would create a catch cap equal to 1% of the TAC. And so the cap is not a set aside, and landings would still not count against the TAC. The way this would work is that if reported landings exceeded the cap by 10% in a single year or 2 years in a row, regardless of the percent overage, the management trigger would be reached and the board would need to take action to reduce incidental and small-scale fisheries landings. Option 3 would create a 1% set-aside of the overall TAC, similar in terms of a set-aside like the episodic event set-aside program. If the set-aside were to be exceeded in a given year, that overage would be deducted on a pound-for-pound basis for the next subsequent year set-aside. So an overage from 2022, as of right now, would be applied in 2024. And option 4 creates a provision where total landings, which includes incidental catch, directed fishery landings, and the episodic, would be evaluated against the TAC. And if in combination all of those moved landings above the TAC, an overage would be deducted on a pound-for-pound basis for the next year's TAC, similar to option 3. And our last subsection is to allow access to the episodic event set-aside program at less than 100% of a state's allocation. So option 2 here, qualified states could begin fishing once they've landed 95% of their quota. Again, the thinking here is that the 5% reserve of a state's allocated quota could then be used once the episodic event set-aside program had closed, and allow states to remain operating under the directed landings rather than going directly into incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision. So the last thing I was going to note on my end is plan development team recommendations regarding these subsections. And the PDT recommends removing the catch accounting section, primarily around the concerns of timing when accountability would occur and the potential that it could create new problems, especially around provisions of pound-for-pound paybacks. Additionally, in trying to address accountability in the sense of reducing landings in this category, the PDT notes that objective could be reached by adjusting the trip limit, the timing of when states can enter into the provision, as well as the permitted gear types. And last, the PDT recommends removing the option that allows access to the episodic event set-aside program at less than 100% of the state allocation. They noted concerns over the fairness of this provision, given 5% for one state is not the same in terms of poundage for another state. And similar to the previous recommendation, the goal of trying to allow states to use more quota for their directed fishery could be achieved through revised allocations. So I'll turn it over to Megan for the AP report.
Thanks, Kirby. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you. So the AP discussion on this section focused primarily on concern about the current language regarding purse seines being allowed to be considered small scale. Folks cited that specifications allow for greater catches than 6,000 pounds. And they also suggested to include in the addendum a breakdown of state-by-state information on seine size limits and regulations. And that was primarily because the size of small-scale purse seines allowed by the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries is the same size purse seine allowed by some states for directed fishing. So there was a desire to put more context of that discussion in the actual document.
All right, thank you. All right, were there PDT recommendations, Kirby?
Yeah, I just went through those before Megan went. So,
I'm sorry.
The next slide just has a breakdown of all those options for the board to consider if they want to remove anything.
Right, gotcha. So we've had Kirby's overview, we've had the PDT recommendations, we've had the AP input. This would be the point where for board members, questions. And I don't see us in the time we're going to have really getting into doing anything with this today. I don't really see us getting all the way through. So any questions right now related to anything while we have Kirby and the ability to ask questions from board members.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would, I think it's okay if we entertain a couple motions that might involve some PDT work, because I would like to try to make sure, if the document's not going to move forward today, but there are some things that the PDT need to work on, then I would really like to be able to get that done between now and May so that there doesn't need to be delay after that.
Yeah. And that's fine with me. I'm happy. I was just watching the clock and remembering Bob's 1 o'clock time.
If Bob and Spud are not okay with that, they can overrule me.
Okay. All right. Well then, questions, or if there's no questions, then are there things that we can do in terms of motions that would help us, again, give guidance, steer PDT in the right direction to come back and, again, improve the document?
I have Megan Ware, Lynn Fagley, Connor McManus, and Rob LaFrance.
Okay. Go ahead. Megan was the first one. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a question for Kirby. My question is on option 4 in the catch accounting section. And my question is, I'm curious if the PDT discussed how this option and the pound for pound payback interacts with existing pound for pound paybacks in Amendment 3. So specifically, as the option's currently written, it's broad to total landings. So I think there's a situation here where you could actually have an overage of the TAC caused by an overage of the episodic, and you could have no incidental small scale landings. And this would trigger a pound for pound payback of the TAC. However, in Amendment 3, we also have a pound for pound payback of episodic overages of that set aside. So you would actually have a situation where 2 accountability measures have been triggered, and it's unclear to me which one would actually apply. The same situation would apply for state quota overages. So I'm curious if the PDT discussed the interactions of these different accountability measures.
Thanks, Megan, for the question. I will say we didn't get into great detail on this. Largely because to get to a point where the TAC is exceeded by all 3 components, right? Directed quotas being exceeded, episodic event set aside being exceeded, and incidental catch causing, in combination, those 2 other things to go over the TAC. It's just a scenario that we haven't had to deal with in recent years. So that's kind of the part 1 of it. There has been maybe overages of a state's quota, but in those instances, there usually a transfer that is made to accommodate that, and same with the episodic. So there wasn't anything that was discussed that I can recall specific to this option that would, set it as a specific percentage. I think it's a fair point to bring up that there may be a need to investigate if there's an overage of the TAC. Is it all 3 of those things had overages, or was the incidental catch and small scale fisheries landings truly what caused it to go over?
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, my sense of what the board is focused on here is, we have accountability, or we have pound for pound paybacks for state quota overages. We have it for episodic. We don't have it for incidental catch small scale landings. And my sense from the board is that's where the concern is. So I think it may behoove option 4 to clarify the language here so it's actually specific to the incidental catch small scale landings causing the TAC to be exceeded, and that's when you would get a pound for pound payback of the TAC, because I think otherwise we could end up in a situation where we have accountability measures that maybe aren't speaking well to each other or are in conflict with one another. I totally agree that we haven't been in a situation where we've gotten close to the TAC yet, but just trying to set us up well for the future. And if you want a motion on that, I can make it, or I can get back in line and wait for others.
Let's get a couple more questions, Megan, and then we can revisit that perhaps really quickly. Tony, who did you have next?
Lynn.
Mr. Chair, I was going to throw a motion up, so I'll hold until questions are done.
Okay, thanks, Lynn.
Connor is next.
Connor? Yeah, I didn't write him. Okay, go ahead, Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment speaks to perhaps the document at large. I'll hold off on that now. If we can come back to some comments on that later.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you had one more?
Two more. One, Rob LaFrance.
I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to sort of follow up on what Megan Ware had said. I do think being on the working group and for working with other folks on all of this really important work, the issue about how we're going to do the accounting vis-a-vis the TAC is critically important. And the idea of taking out this whole section is something I don't think we should be doing. I'm happy to hear Megan looking for clarifying language in that particular area. I guess I just wanted to maybe ask Kirby and the PDT, why do they feel, I got the sense from their report, they thought this was too complicated. It seems to me that it's just, it's a complication on top of something else. And I just wonder if you could speak to that, Kirby. Why you feel it needs to come out?
Thank you, Rob. I mean, the PDT's points were really that if the accountability that the board is interested in, which I believe is that landings in this category should be decreasing, and there's concern about the trend, that could be achieved through the other subsections in the document. And so this may create more complexity in how we manage the fishery than we currently have. That being said, it's at the discretion of the board if you all feel that this section is important and that there are options that need to be included in it. I think the other thing that is a little challenging is just whether it could create new problems in terms of diminishing set aside if there are overages of that set aside, and then also specification on the timing of when those accountability measures would kick in.
And just to follow up, if I might, Mr. Chair, what I hear you saying though, Kirby, is you're basically saying that some of the other approaches we have in the document could solve what we're concerned about. But what if those other proposals sort of stay in? In other words, people still want to stick with the episodic event and small scale fisheries or other things. That's part of the reason I want to see this included and maintained, because it gives more flexibility in terms of dealing with those issues. But thank you for your comments.
All right, thanks. Any other hands for questions from board members? Tony?
Allison.
Okay, Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Rob covered a lot of the points that I wanted to make. To elaborate just briefly, I think this document has the intent to reduce, the amount of latent quota, and the reallocation that we're doing has the intention or, hopefully intention of getting us closer to the coastline TAC, which is why I think having these accountability measures in there is important, because no, we haven't gotten close to or exceeded the TAC, even including incidental catch and small scale fisheries landings over the past few years. But if the goal is that all of the other measures in this document would get us closer to achieving that number, then I think it's even more important that we have these accountabilities and backstops in there. And at the end of the day, if things come to pass with this document that puts things more towards directed allocations in the state by state quotas, then having this in there shouldn't be a problem, because it shouldn't trip if we get closer. But as Rob says, at this point in the process, we have no assurances of what the outcomes of the other parts of the document are going to be. So I think it's prudent to keep at least some of the options in here. And I did have a question for Kirby related to the PDT's concern on the timing of paybacks. And there are payback provisions for other parts of the management program. So I'm just wondering, do they have the same type of payback schedule? And if that's the case, why there aren't concerns about how long it takes to pay back a state allocation or an EESA overage? Thanks.
Kirby?
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for the question, Allison. So I'll speak to episodic event set aside payback as well as the directed fishery quotas. So what we have in the episodic program is in-season monitoring, where in coordination with the states, we are monitoring that set aside program. And so we know in the season if there's been an overage of it based on those preliminary landings. And in turn, we can notify the board, and that can be adjusted for the next fishing season. When it comes to directed fishing quotas, we also, with the compliance reports, get notice from the states whether they exceeded their quota. And in turn, that can be adjusted in the beginning of the state's, or at least by the spring of that year, the state's allocation. I think one of the challenges will be that we would not have, I think, clear indication that the incidental catch provision had been exceeded, likely until the spring meeting annually. And so if there is a sense from the board that they would like to have that incorporated, and in turn a further adjustment to state quotas or to what the set aside program is at that point in the season, that's at the discretion of this board. But that was the general concern.
All right. In the interest of time, and I'm already blowing past the limits that we had here, and we do have a couple of things we've got to finish up on the agenda. I know two people, both Megan and Lynn, had indicated an interest to perhaps make a motion on something in this section, which might hopefully give us, maybe we end up with the PDT needing to do some stuff, but helping us to improve the document before we come back to it. I think it's pretty obvious we're not going to get to where we need to be to take this to public hearing yet. So I guess I would ask if we can, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to work through a couple of motions. So Megan, you mentioned something first. Would that be something you could see us processing here fairly quickly, or should we just wait on that to another meeting?
I have no clue, Mr. Chair, but I can try. And if it looks like it's starting to tailspin, we can maybe just turn it into a tasking for the PDT. But I had sent some just clarifying language on option 4 to staff, just to, I think, avoid the situation I was talking about where you have overlapping accountability measures.
Mm-hmm. Is that something we do? There we go. Oh.
Yeah, just give us a second to get that up on the screen. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Maya. And just so the board knows, I underlined the language I'm proposing to be added to this option, just so everyone knows what change I'm proposing. But move to modify option 4 in section 3.3.4 to read, total landings under this provision would be evaluated against the annual TAC. If incidental catch and small scale fishery landings, when added to landings under state quotas and the EESA, cause the TAC to be exceeded, then the overage would be deducted on a pound for pound basis from the next subsequent year's TAC.
Okay, so there's Megan's motion. We get a second to that?
I have David Borden.
Okay, David. Thank you. Discussion of that. Any further explanation first, Megan, from you? Is it pretty clear?
Sure. I mean, I realize this is kind of like a technical point in terms of the interaction between Addendum 1 and Amendment 3. But the language as it currently reads is quite broad, and I think we have accountability measures for episodic. We have it for state quota overages. We don't for incidental catch small scale provision, and that's what I'm trying to reflect in this motion.
All right. Any other discussion of the motion?
I don't have any hands from commissioners.
Okay, no discussion on this particular motion. All right.
Sorry, What, Lynn Fagley?
Yeah, Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just staring at this for a while, trying to digest it, which we probably all were. I just wonder if this isn't better, since we're not sending this document out for comment right now. I just wonder if this isn't better to send off to the PDT to consider and incorporate. I just feel like maybe some of us need to think a little harder.
Yeah, I follow you. I'm just staring at it myself, and you guys understand it way better than I, the implications of it. So, yeah, I mean, perhaps, I think maybe, of course, we're going to need some motion. Now we'll have to deal with it, but maybe it would be better to provide it as guidance to the PDT, and then they can, mull it over, come back, craft something, because we're going to be looking at something later anyway. So that's just my 2 cents worth at this point.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I understand that, and especially given the hour of the day. So I'm happy to, if Mr. Borden agrees, just withdraw the motion, but ask the PDT to consider this type of clarifying language.
Okay, y'all both agree? Y'all both okay with that?
Yeah, that is also acceptable to me.
Yeah, thanks, David. And Kirby, you have enough then to take to the PDT?
Yes, I think that's clear on the record what you all are looking for.
Someone,
so, yep. We'll have the
PDT members listen. Okay. The other thing, Lynn, you had mentioned a motion, but what do you think? I'm not sure what you had in mind. Oh, well, so we've withdrawn this. So this motion is withdrawn. So Lynn, did you have something that we could squeeze in here or provide guidance to PDT on at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did have a motion to remove an option under the timing provision, and that was to remove option 4, which basically eliminates the incidental catch small scale provision altogether. Because I feel like it's such an important piece of what a lot of states are considering. The accountability measures are in here, so to remove, I just feel strongly like that should not be up for debate at this juncture.
So you were going to move to remove option?
Correct.
Okay, and okay, well is that something maybe we need to let the PDT mull over, or did they?
Or we could take it up, when we consider this document again. It's at the pleasure of the board. If we do, that's fine with me.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to direct this, so it's really the board's pleasure. But I mean, at this point, making kind of major structural edits might not be the best thing on the fly here. Maybe let the PDT reflect on this, and then whatever we end up looking at the next time, we'll all have been able to put a little thought into it. I'm thinking so.
Fair enough. I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. That's good. You didn't have a second, so I think we're cool there.
You can just delete it.
Say again?
I was just telling Maya she can just delete it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right. So again, sorry to keep bothering y'all about the clock, but are there any other questions from board members for Kirby right now related to where we are, the process? I think we're going to find ourselves, PDT is going to be spending more time on this. Something's going to come back to us at the next opportunity, but I don't see us being ready today to go anywhere with it. Any other questions, particularly since we have Kirby right now?
I have Nicola, David Borden, and Emerson. And then just as a reminder to you, Mr. Chair, Connor said he did have, David and Emerson have taken their hands down. So I think it's Nicola and then back to Connor that you said you would come back to him.
Oh, right, thanks. Okay, Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given that the PDT is going to be looking at the catch accounting section and option 4 in particular for some additional language, I wanted to make another suggestion for a possible improvement that the PDT could consider for this section, and that would be to structure it as 2 tiers. The first tier being that there is some type of trigger that is met regarding the incidental catch and small-scale fishery landings, and the second tier is the response that occurs. Because the 4 options here have several different responses, one of them being a pound-for-pound payback, one of them being just direction that the board must take some action to reduce the landings. And as these options are structured, one of those responses is already tied to the trigger. And I have a bit of concern about the pound for pound payback response to a trigger being met because it doesn't address the root cause of the overage or the increase in those landings. So just, at this point in time, I just offer that as a suggestion to the PDT when it's looking at this section again to see if it could be restructured in a way that would untie the trigger from the response so the board would have more flexibility in picking a final option. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Nicola. And Kirby, do we have that in a form that we can make sure the PDT can follow up on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and some of them heard. Okay, real quick, Connor, you have a last word on this for us today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Kirby and then comment, I guess, as we look to revise the document and where we are timeline-wise, I wanted to get your take on the efficacy of 2021 data being available. I think in 2 components. One, in terms of describing the state of the fishery and the statement problems presented in the addendum, and how 2021 data may provide a more accurate picture for what's occurring, particularly based on some of the comments of 2020 from the pandemic discussion. And then I guess the other question is, if so, how that may or may not interact with some of the other options that we discussed today. So some of them, like the moving average, theoretically would not be impacted by that understanding, but in terms of option in that same section, option 6 or option 2, where they're trying to capture what's going on in the recent fishery. So I didn't know if I just wanted to try and get some thoughts and comments on that from you, and if time, discussion from the board. But thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Connor. I would just say I think it'd be very challenging to try to incorporate that into this document if the board wishes to take it out for public comment following the May meeting. We went through a process starting this time last year to ask ACCSP to validate landings, through the time series we've been looking at. So I just think it would be really tough to try to give the PDT enough time to get that data inputted into these options. So I would just see it as being a very challenging position to put the PDT in and getting that document to you all by May. I don't think it'd be possible if I was still chairing it, but that's my 2 cents.
Mel, you're muted if you're talking.
Hang on, yeah, there are too many buttons. Sorry. Yeah, need to conclude this. They're about to grab the hook and pull me off the stage. So I would like to offer 1 minute for a public comment. I promised public comment at appropriate points. I think we have 1 member of the public who would like to comment. We can provide a minute for that, and then we need to roll on to the last couple of items we've got to finish quickly here on the agenda.
Maya, if you could get that clock up, that'd be great. Thank you. And Tom, go ahead.
Okay. I'm asking the PDT to back up here and use the socioeconomic information in your allocation decisions, not just historic data. Section 6 of the charter, it says you must use that data and how important it is in a fish management plan. All those numbers are readily available. Comment, taking 25% of the entire TAC from Chesapeake Bay benefits a small number of people in Virginia, but it impacts millions of people and tens of thousands of businesses on the Atlantic. 1 million children that fish on the Atlantic are being impacted. Amendment 3 in the charter required that you consider the impacts to Maryland and the states. That is what you should be doing, and that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. Okay, Kirby, back to you for the kind of the flow of everything. The one item that we had next on the agenda is to deal with AP membership. I guess that's Tina. We need to approve some AP nominations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, is that Tina needs to roll in here?
If she's unavailable, I can go ahead and make that. So we received 2 nominations in supplemental material: Michael Dawson of Maine and William Caldwell of New York to be nominated to the Atlantic Menhaden Advisory Panel.
All right. So that's the motion. And
may I
no,
make
that's
that?
Oh, hey,
May
go
I?
ahead.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I wanted to say, I'm sorry if you discussed this already, but the nomination of William Caldwell from New York is an addition to their current members. So I just wanted the board to be cognizant of that. Also, in the correspondence that was provided on William Caldwell, I identified him as a purse seiner, and he is a inshore beach seiner. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tina. So that's a motion that we would need to, a member would need to make. That's not a motion from a committee or a motion from, am I right?
That's correct. A board member
Okay.
needs to make that.
Board member be willing to make that motion to nominate Michael Dawson and William Caldwell to the advisory panel.
I have Jesse Hornstein and Justin Davis.
Okay, which is actually Jim.
It is actually Jim. Every time I just read the name. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second discussion. Any objection to the motion?
No hands raised.
Seeing none, then that motion carries. Thank you very much. By unanimous consent there. Okay, the next agenda item. Okay, we're going to do that. All right, next agenda item is very important. It's to elect the vice chair. So, do we have a nomination from anyone for a vice chair for the Menhaden Management Board? Some of you have a hand.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was muted. I have Eric Reed up with his hand up, but muted by me. So let me open up his mic. You're ready to go, Eric.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to nominate Dr. Connor McManus from Rhode Island as the Vice Chair of the Atlantic Menhaden Management Board.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Get a second from a board member. Got any hands?
Yes, Megan Ware.
Megan, thank you. So we have a motion to nominate Dr. Connor McManus for Vice Chair of the Menhaden Board. And a second. Discussion. Any opposition?
No hands.
Connor, if you want to raise your hand, I wouldn't blame you, buddy. Okay. All right. Thank you. Then that motion is passed, and Dr. Connor McManus will be our vice chair for the Menhaden Board. And thank you very much, Connor, for being willing. And this will be fun. So good. That order of business out of the way. We had one other thing, right, that we were going to add. Kirby, you had a slide or something you were going to throw up related to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We wanted to show the board the stock assessment subcommittee currently in terms of its membership. I think I sent that over to Maya yesterday, so just give us a minute while we get that up on the screen. We just want to make sure that the board is aware of the current membership. We had a couple changes in terms of people one that we lost, one that we added on, so making sure everyone's in understanding those changes.
Right, thanks.
And Kirby, if Maya doesn't have the slide up, if you could just tell the board those changes.
Yes, sorry, I thought I had sent it. Oh, there it is. So yeah, Amy Schuler is our chair of the SAS, Joey Ballinger, Jeff Rust, Matt Siri, Micah Dean, Brooke Lohman is a new hire for Virginia, Jason McNamee with Rhode Island, Ray Maroc of NOAA, Josh Newhart is our TC chair from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Alexi Sheroff, Chris Swanson, and ASMFC staff.
All right. And this is just for informational purposes. So that is your stock assessment team there. Any questions? All right. I think so. Kirby, anything else or Tony that I have forgotten?
I'll just say there's one other thing. If you give me 30 seconds before we adjourn, I just wanted to take one moment of your time. I'll be quick. I'm grateful for the experience I've had working with you all over the years, and I've received messages over the last few weeks from many of you and have appreciated them greatly. And in those messages, there's been praise and compliments, and it's important to know that so much of my work has been through collaboration and support from you all, my colleagues. My fellow staff members at ASMFC in particular, those in the ISFMP and science departments, are some of the smartest and dedicated people I've been fortunate to work with. So please continue to let them know how amazing they are. And I'll end with this. Life is short, and I have learned over the last few years the importance of letting people know how much they mean to you. So one last time, thank you all. I look forward to working with you in the future and hope to see you soon. Take care.